presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
Welcome you to All-Star Week here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Tonight, the Brewers kick off a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals live from Miller Park. It's another beautiful night for baseball here. The Brewers and the Cardinals separated by 2 games, and that National League Central has tightened up significantly over the last 2 weeks. Key 3-game series before the All-Star break. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from Miller Park. Great to have you alongside Brian Anderson along with Bill Schroeder. We'll hear from Sophia Minnaert in just a moment. Well, the Cardinals come to town coming off a very good series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. They won 3 out of 4. But, Rock, they are without maybe the most important piece in anybody's lineup, and that's Yadier Molina.
In every aspect of the game, I mean, on the field, off the field, Yadier Molina is certainly the guy that keeps this thing together. You can see what happened to him in yesterday's ball game. I mean, here's a slide. He kind of has his hand back, and he's got some ligament damage in his thumb. They're talking about maybe 2.5 to 3 months that Molina's going to be out. So that is a big blow for the St. Louis Cardinals. All of a sudden is trying to find some consistency. But the one guy the Brewers have in their lineup that's been very consistent, looks like he might be starting the All-Star game, Jonathan Lucroy, not only with the bat but behind home plate. The Brewers version of Yadier Molina. The Brewers have their Yadi. The Cardinals are without theirs.
Well, and this was billed to be the Lucroy-Molina matchup. Molina out, so Lucroy now takes center stage. The Brewers also made a number of changes. They had a significant roster move yesterday, and for more on that, we check in with Sophia Minnaert. Sophia.
Well, Brian, yesterday the Brewers got Ryan Braun back. He went 1 for 4 after missing 2 games with back spasms. He's batting 5th in the lineup tonight. And those roster moves that you spoke about, placing reliever Wei Chung Wong on the disabled list with left shoulder tightness to make room for Nashville Sounds pitcher Jimmy Nelson, the organization's top prospect. Brings 22 consecutive scoreless innings, Craig Anagi, and he will face Adam Wainwright here tomorrow.
Yeah, looking forward to the pitching matchups here for this entire series. Yo on the hill tonight against Joe Kelly, who's now just coming off the 60-day disabled list. He was injured with a hamstring injury here way back in April in the same ballpark. So he's on the mound against Yo tonight. But an interesting matchup coming up for you tomorrow as Nelson's set to go up against Wainwright.
Well, when you look at Wainwright, he's one of the best pitchers all of baseball, going for his 12th win. He's an all-star this year. But when you talk about Jimmy Nelson, he's done everything he can in the minor leagues to get the opportunity to come up and pitch against this Cardinal team. And it's all about the mental state, coming out and being mentally prepared to pitch against this Cardinal ball club. It's going to be a fun one to watch.
Yo hoping to be the stopper tonight. The Brewers are just swept in their own home ballpark by Philadelphia. Cardinals are in town. The Central Showdown for the next 3 days gets underway in moments. Stay with us. Lineup's first pitch on the way.
Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. By Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Yeah, got some blue skies up above. Roof is open. We're just about ready for baseball tonight. Showdown series between division rivals. And the pitching matchup will be Yovani Gallardo, the opening day starter for the Brewers, against Joe Kelly. Lineup's first pitch coming up next. Leading the Brewers out onto the field on a retro Friday at Miller Park. Brewers going old school with those blue and yellow tops and hoping to get things turned around. The Crew, they have lost 5 in a row. They have lost 9 of their last 10. And Mike Matheny's Cardinals are knocking at the door in the Central Division, just 2 games back. Both teams lost yesterday by the same final, 9-1. Cardinals lost to the Pirates. Brewers losing to the Phillies. Here's Matheny's batting order, minus Yadier Molina. It's brought to you by Associated Bank. Matt Carpenter, Colton Wong, Matt Holliday at the top. Matt Adams, red hot right now. He's at first base hitting cleanup. Then Johnny Peralta, followed by Alan Craig. And then it's John Jay, Molina's replacement, Tony Cruz, behind the plate. And Joe Kelly, his first start in the big leagues in nearly 3 months. And that's the batting order that will face Yovani Gallardo.
Yeah, looking to exercise some demons against the St. Louis Cardinals. He's 1-11 in 18 starts against St. Louis. Last time out, a tough luck loss to the Cincinnati Reds, a 4-2 loss, although he pitched very well. 2 runs in 7 innings. Has had quality starts in 5 of his last 6. And Yovani, when he is right, he's able to locate his fastball, which he was able to do his last couple of times out, actually his last time out, and get to the big curveball to get the strikeouts. 3 strikeouts, no walks for Yo, 8 hits in a no decision against the Cincinnati Reds.
Now he knows this is a big start, starting to get to the time of the year and these final 3 games before the All-Star break. Matching up against division rivals, the Cardinals and the Brewers have split their season series this year, 3 apiece. Mark Carlson will call the balls and strikes. Scott Barry, Jeff Nelson, and Laz Diaz on the bases. And the crew chief there, Jeff Nelson. And all the pieces in place. We're ready to play ball tonight at Miller Park. Matt Carpenter will lead off for St. Louis. Carpenter, Wong, and Holiday as Gallardo ready to get it started tonight. And away we go. Strike one from Giovanni. Cardinals a much different ball club than they were last year. And they are continuing a trend that they would like to see turn around. They're not the offensive juggernaut that they have been. It's been a little bit unusual to see the Cardinals down near the lower third in much of the major offensive categories, not hitting home runs like they have in the past. But Mike Matheny's got his ball club 7 games over 500 at 50-43 on the season.
And even although they have some pitching issues, they're still pitching very well in the National League. And
Carpenter sends that one to left center. Gomez will put it away, and that's how the night begins for Giovanni Gallardo.
well, let's check out the Brewers defense, brought to you by Menards tonight. It's Chris Davis, Carlos Gomez, and Ryan Braun from left to right. Ramirez, Segura, Jeanette, and Overbay from third to first. And as usual, behind home plate, hanging the signs for Giovanni tonight, Jonathan Lucroy.
Second consecutive start for Ryan Braun. Missed a couple of days in 3 of 5. Dealing with some lower back spasms. Braun was in the lineup yesterday, hitting 5th. He did have a hit, and he's in that same spot again tonight. Here's Colton Wong. First ball swinging, fouls it away. Wong, the speedy second baseman from the islands of Hawaii. And he's back from the disabled list. Had a big moment earlier in the week on Tuesday. Hit a walk-off home run against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cardinals had back-to-back days they hit walk-off homers. Adams on Monday and then Wong on Tuesday as they took 3 of 4 from the Buccos.
And they don't hit many home runs. They're dead last in the National League in home runs. Last in homers, last in stolen bases, or near the bottom. Next to last in stolen base. They hit into a lot of double plays. The big difference between the offense for the Cardinals this year and last, they never hit a lot of home runs last year, but runners in scoring position numbers much different than a year ago. They're about 100 points less in that category, and that's why they have had such a tough time scoring runs.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Wong. And a little jam shot right to Gallardo. That's about as soft as you can hit a baseball. Back to the mound as Wong is retired.
And knuckle buster, that cut fastball in on his hands, and Wong not able to get the barrel on it. You see the rotation on it. The cutter just eats him up inside. And it didn't even hit the trademark, even below that.
One thing these two teams have in common offensively, they are a free swinging bunch, these two. The Brewers and the Cardinals don't see many pitches per plate appearance. Here's Matt Holliday. And it's hard to look up there and see Matt Holliday with just 5 home runs. 93 games into the season. But it has been a down year for Holliday. Respectable in the RBI numbers with 44 as he lines that one into left center. And that's going to go to the wall on a hop. Gomez will play it. Holliday is into second with a double.
And he's always done very well against Giovanni Gallardo. Batting average pretty good. He's hit 4 home runs career against Giovanni. There's that slider, cutter, whatever you want to call it. Likes the ball out away from him. That's not a place where you want to really work him a whole lot. Got to eat him up inside. Gets it out away from him and able to rip it into the gap.
So a 2-out double. And that's going to bring Matt Adams to the plate. And while the Cardinals may have their struggles offensively up and down the lineup, this is not one of their problems. Adams is on a tear right now. Sitting on an 8-game hitting streak coming into play tonight. He has 12 hits in his last 21 at-bats. Covering his last 10 games, he has that walk-off homer against the Pirates and 5 RBIs. And just ridiculous numbers here at Miller Park in 8 games of his big league career in this venue.
That has struggled with runners in scoring position this year, as have most of the Cardinals.
Adams hitting just .273.
There's a curveball from Giovanni. That's exactly where you want it, down in the strike zone.
Overall, Adams with runners in scoring position, 233. Ten homers, 38 runs batted in for Adams. His Miller Park numbers jump off the page at you. He's hitting for a .433 average, 13 for 30 lifetime at Miller Park, has 7 runs batted in those 8 games and a couple of home runs. 1-2 the count with 2 away. And he does not chase the breaking ball. 2-2.
Man, pretty patient at the plate. I mean, he will kind of ambush a fastball from time to time, but he's a hitter that will shoot the ball all over the diamond. Very good at going to left field and has incredible power to all fields, as you could probably anticipate.
Well, Adams, one of the centerpieces of this lineup, hitting in the cleanup spot. He's also second in the league in batting average. You think about Adams as a big slugger, but he sprays the ball well. And you see the Brewers have actually toned down their shift a little bit. Used to be an extreme shift with Adams at the plate, but he's beaten the shifting a lot lately. He's second in the league in hitting, batting .336. And I think some of those opposite field ground balls, singles through the hole, have started to show up on the spray charts, and thus the defense is playing accordingly.
Pretty standard defensive alignment, except for Scooter Gennett playing in short right field, and he's out there because Adams doesn't run all that well.
Holiday takes his lead at second, and Adams rolls over one to first. Easy enough for Overbay, and that will retire the side. So a good start for Gallardo. Gomez back in the leadoff spot. He homered yesterday. He'll lead off when we continue. Brew Crew, the Associated Bank batting order for the Brewers today. Gomez, Gennett, and Lucroy. And Renicky has Ramirez, Braun, and Davis in the middle of the order. Braun hits 5th again today with Overbay, Segura, and Gallardo rounding it out. And there is Joe Kelly. He was injured on this field on April 16th, and he's back at it. Just his 4th start, Rock. It's been nearly 3 months.
Yeah, that hamstring took a while to recover from. Made 3 minor league rehab starts and pitched pretty well. 3 earned runs in 10 1/3 innings. This is what happened back on April 16th against the Brewers, running out a ground ball, and you can see him grabbing that left hamstring, and 3 months later, here he is. He's back.
Now Kelly is one of the faster players on the Cardinals team. That's not a stretch for him to try to bunt for a base hit, but certainly he's gone through a tough road. Completely tore the hamstring, which is why it took him so long to return. He was going along very well when he was injured in his first 3 starts. So Kelly delivers. Gomez lashes away. Carlos coming in with a batting average of .299. Been going back and forth over that 300 threshold off and on over the last couple of weeks. 14 homers, 46 driven in. That home run he hit yesterday joined him at the top of the club for the team high. Gomez is hit by a pitch. So Kelly coming up and in, drills him. And the Brewers have speed on the bags. And it looks like Gomez is all right.
Yeah, Kelly can get it up there in the mid-90s. I mean, 95, 96. Let's see where this one gets him. Got him on the hands. I mean, that could be a problem for Gomez. Looked like he might have been pretty lucky there.
Yeah, right on the hand, on the right hand.
The fatty part, right. I think I missed the wrist. That was that's the good thing, but could have been worse for Gomez. Looks like he's all right.
That's his throwing hand, so we'll see if that affects him at all throughout the game tonight. Gomez, with furrowed brow, is none too pleased either. So he's at first for Jeanette. Brewers would love to get something going early here today. And Jeanette lines one to left, to base hit. So a hit batter and a single, and 2 on to start it offensively for the Brew Crew.
Well, Scooter might have just got that batting average back over 300. He has been solid all season and doing pretty much what he just did. Taking that baseball, getting on top of it, and lining it into left field. Good approach on a pitch away, and Scooter gets his base hit to left.
First 2 have reached for Lucroy. Now the all-star starter behind the plate. Lucroy led all National League catchers in the player voting. Yadier Molina led in the fan voting. Was scheduled to start, now on the disabled list. A huge loss for St. Louis. But quite a thrill and an honor for Jonathan Lucroy. He'll be one of 3 starters come Tuesday at the All-Star game. You can see that exclusively on Fox. Got Lucroy, Ramirez at third base, and Gomez somewhere in the outfield. I asked Carlos, did he know where he was going to be playing? He said, I don't know, maybe left, center, or right.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care at all. He'll join Yasiel Puig and Andrew McCutchen.
You can see Joe Kelly trying to establish inside that last fastball at 95 miles an hour. And talking to Johnny Naron, you know, before he injured that hamstring, he was throwing a lot more curveballs early in the season in his first 3 starts than he had last year when he put together a pretty good season. 10-5 for the Cardinals last year. Split time between the rotation and the bullpen.
Went from the 15-day DL to the 60-day DL. And nearly 3 months. Runners take off. The throw goes to second, and everybody's safe. A double steal. So right away, the Brewers taking advantage of the Molina-less Cardinals. And 2 stolen bases puts a couple in scoring position for Lucroy.
And Tony Cruz, a very solid defensive catcher, but not in the class of Molina. And that's a good throw, but late. He tries to get the trail runner because Gomez had a great jump. Jeanette had to make sure he was going to continue and still able to get in there with the stolen base.
It's number 16 for Gomez. 5th stolen base for Jeanette. 1-2 the count. In the dirt. Good block back there by Cruz. And the count evens at 2-2. Brewers have struggled to score runs during this stretch, losing 9 out of 10. Really have only had the one good game offensively against the Phillies. That was the game they scored 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning and lost that game 9-7.
Yeah, but lost the ball game. You're right, and certainly you'd like to be able to play from on top. The Brewers were able to do that yesterday, but had a horrendous 8th inning. And lost 9-1. Looked like Matt Garza was going to be able to cruise his way into another 1-0 win. Just didn't happen that way.
Brewers swept by the Phillies in a 4-game series, but still 11 games over and still in first place in the division. 2-2. Lucroy spoils it foul. Now, we talked to Ron Renicky for a while today, and he brought the team together. Normally before a series begins they have a little meeting, and he's not a manager that calls team meetings in air quotes, but he had a few things he wanted to express to his ball club today. He didn't share that with us, but he said we got a few things straight, and the Brewers have made a roster move, as we talked about, and everybody knows how important these games are against division opponents.
Especially the St. Louis Cardinals. You got to prove to the Cardinals that you can beat them. A lot of games left with the Cardinals down the stretch. The Brewers are only playing their 7th game against St. Louis here tonight. Got to start winning.
Brewers will next see the Cardinals in St. Louis August 1st through the 3rd. Full count to Lucroy, 2 on in scoring position, and Lucroy flares one foul. He's got quite an at-bat going here.
That outfield is very shallow except for Holiday. He's had John Jay and Alan Craig, about as shallow as you're going to see an outfield for Lucroy. Now he can bust it and hit one into those gaps. Look how shallow they're playing for Lucroy. Very surprising.
That's about the outfield depth you'd see with a pitcher at the plate.
Exactly. And Luke's got plenty of power to get it over their heads. It's not going to take much to do that.
They got good arms in center field and right field. Brewers will be aggressive against Holiday. Any ball hit to Matt Holiday in left as Lucroy fights another one off. He's going to see at least 10 pitches in this at bat against Kelly.
In 3 rehab starts, the highest pitch count that Kelly was able to get to was 72. That was his last time out.
And they've got him capped at about 85 to 90 today. You won't see him go much past the 90 pitch threshold tonight. He's been down in the minor leagues on a rehab schedule. Pitch number 10 coming to Lucroy, 2nd and 3rd. And it's up and in, ball 4. What an at bat. 10 pitch at bat resulting in a walk for Lucroy, and the bases are loaded for the cleanup man trying to do just that, Aramis Ramirez. Ramirez set to do something that has never been done in franchise history. Start the All-Star game at third base. It'll be Ramirez's first time to be voted in as the starter. It'll be his 2nd start at an All-Star game overall. A few years back he replaced Scott Rowland as the starter at third base back when he was a Cub. He's had a good year. He's at .282 with 11 homers, 41 driven in, 10 career grand slams. Is a phenomenal number in a 17-year career. Ramirez into center field, right at Jay. Gomez will tag. The throw goes to third base, and the first run of the ball game is in. Gomez scores on a sac fly by Ramirez. It's 1-0 Milwaukee.
Yep, on the board, but you like to get a lot more than one out of this. Bases loaded, nobody out. Kelly having a difficult time with his breaking pitch, so Ramirez gets a fastball middle in. It jammed him a little bit, but able to muscle it into center field, deep enough to score Gomez.
RBI number 42 for Ramirez. And that'll bring up Ryan Braun now with one away. Runners at first and second. A little bit unusual to see Braun batting fifth. That's where he was yesterday. Was 1 for 4. Braun is 3 for 8 on the homestand. He's missed a couple of games due to that injury.
And that's a pretty good 3, 4, 5 gauntlet that a pitcher has to get through. Once these guys start swinging the bats, that's going to provide some runs. Then you got Davis, who's been swinging the bat well behind Braun. Brewers aren't playing all that badly. They're just not scoring right now. That's a big deal. Defense has been good. Pitching's been fairly good. Just got to start swinging the bats.
Well, for Ryan Braun, it's just the 5th time in his career that he has hit in the 5 position. But he's been a good hitter over his last 10 games. Has 8 runs batted in. He's hitting for a .371 average. There was a year in 08, the year the Brewers went to the playoffs as the wild card team. Braun hit 5th 3 times. Number 4 was yesterday. He's back in there tonight.
And a third different spot in the batting order for Ryan so far this year. Not even at the All-Star break yet.
I think Braun hitting 5th has as much to do with Aramis Ramirez than maybe any other batter in the lineup. It's always a better spot hitting in front of Ryan Braun, regardless of the kind of year he's having. And he's having a pretty good year this year.
It has a lot to do with Aramis, but it has a lot to do with the way Jonathan Lucroy's been this year, too. You want him in your number 3 spot. He's been your most consistent guy all season. Tough guy to strike out. Always able to put the bat on the baseball. That's the kind of guy you want in the number 3 hole.
Ron Renicky was telling us at the outset of spring training he felt his ideal 5 hitter was Lucroy. That was with Braun as the 3-hole hitter. He does like Jeanette hitting second. You could go deep into the lineup construction, but the manager has a method to the madness, and he's hoping it generates some offense. Braun breaks his bat. Bouncer bounces off of Adams, but he recovers in time for the out. And that's the second out. Both runners will advance 90 feet, but 2 men are out for Chris Davis.
Yeah, it's a pretty good defense for the St. Louis Cardinals, and let's check it out. Brought to you by Menard. The second best team defense in all the National League. They've got an 987 fielding percentage. They've committed only 44 errors. They have been outstanding. Only the Cincinnati Reds, a better defensive team in the National League, and without Yadier Molina, a lot of pressure on Tony Cruz behind home plate.
Cardinals did sign a catcher, former Brewer George Kataris, and they're expecting him to be on the roster tomorrow. Second and third, 2 outs. Davis takes a ball down and in.
Yeah, they're talking almost 3 months to be gone for Yadier Molina. That's a big loss, I mean, to say the least. On many different levels for this St. Louis Cardinals club. He is their inspirational leader.
Surgery today for 2 Cardinals, Jaime Garcia and Yadier Molina. Molina had the surgery on the right thumb, tore ligaments in that thumb against the Pirates on Wednesday. So yeah, they're figuring 8 to 12 weeks, maybe more like 12 weeks. And we'll see how that affects the race. There was also a key injury yesterday in the Central Division with Brandon Phillips, who's also going to have surgery on his left thumb. 2 major players in the division. 2-0 to Davis. Tied him up. 2-1.
And in Cincinnati, Joey Votto already on the disabled list.
Now, we saw Votto last weekend. He did not look comfortable. And he's already been on the DL with that injury, which is a lower quad injury right above the knee. He had to go back on. Joe Kelly delivers a 2-1. Davis takes it inside, ball 3.
Not afraid to come in there, is he? He's consistently trying to bust the Brewers on the inside corner, just missing a little bit. He's got a good arm. 95, 96. There's a two-seamer. Davis able to lay off.
Hitters count, second and third for the Brewers. A run is in. And Davis fouls it away. He was late, 97 with the fastball. Kelly's having to go to his A stuff here in the first inning. Brewers had the bases loaded, nobody out. And a 10-pitch at bat against Jonathan Lucroy. Jeanette at third, Lucroy at second. Full count to Davis. And he fouls another one off.
I suppose pretty straight for Kelly. I mean, not a lot of movement on it. Throws a lot of them. And particularly here in this first inning, because he hadn't been able to throw his curveball for strikes. He's tried, but when he's in trouble, this is what he's going to go to. The high heat right here. This one left out over the plate. Might have been ball four, but too close for Davis to take it.
And you can see Davis is late. Great look there. Phantom cam behind home plate tonight.
Hitters only wish it came in that slow. Looks easy to hit at that speed, doesn't it?
They can see the rotation of the pitches. Now see if Davis can provide a big hit early. 3-2. And he fouls another one away. No such thing as a two-strike approach with Chris Davis. He is up there to hack. He does have a good eye. Davis will draw his walks, covers the plate well.
He's got an aggressive swing, but not out of control. He's not one of those guys that's going to be off balance and falling down. And he waits on the ball, not a lot of movement before he starts his swing.
Now you can see where Kelly's trying to work Davis predominantly.
Not a lot of strikes in there, is there?
Eighth pitch of the at bat coming. 2 on, 2 out. Kelly delivers, and Davis launches one way back left center. This is off the wall. 2 runs are in. Chris Davis into second with a double. And it's 3-0 Brewers.
There you go. Hung a slider. And then that's one of those things where you have a pitcher out there throwing fastballs by a hitter. Davis was late on every fastball. Then he helps him out with a cutter. There it is. A little spinner. Didn't do much. 87 miles an hour and speeds up Chris's bat. Rattles one off the wall out there in left center. Thank you very much, Davis says. I guarantee that's what that discussion on the mound right now is. Pitcher coach out there having a chat, saying you speed his bat up like that with a slider, you hang it, and you were throwing the fastball by him.
Well, that goes from an inning that could have been a victory for Kelly, escaping a bases loaded, nobody out jam with just 1 run. Instead, the Brewers cash in 3 now. And still at it here in the first inning. And now the pitch count starting to become a factor early. It'll be at least 28 pitches as Overbay digs in with Davis at second. Overbay did not play yesterday. Reynolds got the start at first base. Overbay has a grand slam on this homestand, part of a 5-run first inning against the Phillies.
And Lyle's starting to inch that batting average north at 243 now. Got off to a very slow start in the month of April.
That was a 5th career grand slam on Tuesday night for Overbay. Hit it off Kyle Kendrick. And Lyle is 3 for 8 on the homestand thus far. Davis dancing at second. 2 outs. The 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. And now you start getting into the danger zone with a guy who hasn't pitched in the big leagues since April 16th. If he starts pushing over the 30 pitch number, there's going to be some major concern in that Cardinals dugout. Walked him on 4 straight.
Nothing really close.
Well, that double by Davis changes everything in this first inning. Kelly still at it. Here's Segura now, the 8th batter of the inning. Mostly fastballs from Kelly. 2 on, 2 out. Breaking ball missed.
Just can't get it over the plate. And that makes the fastball very hittable when you don't have to worry about anything but that.
Segura 4 for 14 against St. Louis this year. Overall coming in with a .232 average. Takes a strike. Fastball in there. Bianchi played short yesterday. He's trying to get Segura a day off. A physical and mental day off yesterday. Segura was an all-star last year, but it's been a struggle post all-star game last season as he flies to center to end the inning. Good inning for the Brew Crew, though. They pushed the starter up over 30 pitches. 3 runs are in. Chris Davis delivers a big one, a 2-out, 2-strike double that drives in a pair. 3-0 Brewers as we head to the second.
The Brewers a 3-0 lead as we head to the top of the second, and Ron Renneke said earlier tonight that the way Jimmy Nelson was pitching for the Nashville Sounds, it was impossible for the Brewers not to bring him up. So the organization's top prospect will get the start tomorrow against Adam Wainwright. He currently has a 22-inning consecutive scoreless streak going, and spoke with me earlier tonight about making that start here tomorrow.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. This is what you work for all off season and during the season. And, felt like I did a pretty good job of keeping a, level mindset and focusing on what had to be done. And hopefully I can carry that over to here.
Well, Jimmy Nelson getting ready to make the start. They put Wei-Chung Wang on the disabled list with left shoulder tightness, and Marco Estrada moves to the bullpen. Brian?
All right, Sophia, thanks. And I know Jimmy Nelson is excited to be here and hoping it'll be his last trip from AAA to the big leagues, right? He doesn't want to go back.
Yeah, he was very impressive in his first start with the Brewers this year. I mean, down in Miami on May 25th, and got into the 6th inning and pitched extremely well. And you ask him after the ball game how he felt. He said, I felt out of sync. I didn't feel like I had much, but pitched well. A power pitcher with a good slider.
I look forward to watching him tomorrow. That game will be on Fox Sports 1, by the way. Gallardo facing Peralta, quickly ahead of him. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. The numbers for Nelson jump off the page, don't they? A 10-game winner in AAA. It's hard to win games in the minor leagues. The pitch counts are so strict. And he's already won 10 with just 2 starts in the month of July.
He was leading the league in wins, earned run average, and strikeouts.
The pitching triple crown in the hitter-friendly Pacific Coast League.
And his last 3 starts did not allow a run. Not bad. I guess that deserves a promotion.
Cardinals won't have to go far for a scouting report. Nelson just pitched against their AAA club in his last start, July 7th, and shut him out, by the way, Memphis. Matter of fact, his last 2 starts against the Cardinals AAA team, he has not allowed a run in 13 innings. So whatever scouting report they're going to offer to the big league club is going to be a pretty good one. From 0-2 to 3-2 to Peralta. Leading off this second inning after the Brewers score 3 in the bottom of the first, and Gallardo strikes him out.
Yeah, good fastball at 93 miles an hour. That's about what Yo's going to give you. Hey, show your Brewers pride with the My All-Star ticket package and reserve your seats for the second half playoff push. Select a plan that includes tickets to any 4 midweek games of your choosing and receive a limited edition T-shirt of your favorite All-Star. Visit Brewers.com/MyAllStar. A lot to choose from.
Good collection there.
4 of them.
Here's Alan Craig. Takes a ball from Giovanni. Craig's numbers are down from last season. He had a great year last year and one of the best hitters with runners in scoring position a season ago. He's been a Brewer killer in the past, hitting over 400 against Milwaukee. Against Gallardo this year, he's got a couple of home runs, 5 for 13 at the plate.
There's that cut fastball from Giovanni. Down in the strike zone.
Right off the end of the bat, Ramirez gobbles it up, and Craig is retired. 2 up, 2 down for Giovanni. How do you like the ball and glove gear tonight? It's a little bit of a different play on what we normally see on Fridays.
They're trying to shake it up a little bit. You know, nothing else has been working. It can't be the play or the bats. It's got to be the uniforms they're wearing, right? So
I would agree with that.
You throw a different uniform on, you get the old retro road cap on. I've always liked that cap. Wore that back in the day.
With the yellow panel?
Yeah.
I do too.
That was the road cap.
So aren't these typically the batting practice uniforms?
Yeah, I think so. If it's not, it's something very similar to the BP top.
Well, they look great.
But it looks like it.
And if they win, they may wear them again forever. There's a strike to John Jay. Jay has been able to wrestle his center field job back. He and Peter Borges getting the playing time in center field. Been a tough year for Borges. Jay dribbles 1 foul. Former Miami Hurricane John Jay. He and Ryan Braun were teammates in college. Matheny has him hitting 7th in the lineup. One of 4 left-handed hitters against Gallardo in the Cardinal batting order tonight. Count stays at 1-2. Jay hitting .285. He's always been a good hitter. Hits for a high average. He's not a super fast player, but he does play an excellent center field. Just does all the little things well.
He goes back on the baseball well in the outfield. You could see that by where he plays. He plays a shallow center field. Center field at Busch Stadium a lot bigger than it is here at Miller Park.
Jay coming off a career-high 67 RBIs last year. And doing most of that damage from the bottom of the batting order.
He's had a lot of success against Giovanni. They've matched up quite a bit. A lot of these Cardinals have a lot of at-bats against Giovanni. And Jay with 31 career at-bats. He's hitting .323.
2-2 the count. And Jay takes a ball. You look back at 2011. Brewers fans don't like looking back at that season, but because John Jay was so good, that allowed the Cardinals to make the moves they made that helped them secure a spot in the postseason. Remember, Jay was great. They traded away Colby Rasmus, who was thought to be the future in center field for St. Louis. And they got 3 pitchers in return. All of them were very effective. That is a foul ball.
Near the end of 2011 didn't go the way of the Brewers, but it was a tremendous season. Yeah, got to the NLCS, won the Central, beat the Arizona Diamondbacks. So yeah, I guess a lot of people like looking back on that, other than the fact of getting knocked out of the playoffs by the Cardinals. And that was a pretty good series.
Yes, it was. Went 6 games. Cardinals would go on to win the World Series. And Jay was a big part of it. 3-2, bouncing ball. Jeanette coming in, tough hop. And he makes a play to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Gallardo, 2 scoreless on the board. The Brewers up 3-0 and coming to bat. The bottom of the 2nd inning. Brewers are coming up. Our AT&T U-verse rewind. You see this last night. Clayton Kershaw, he got the win. Had a long scoreless streak going as he dominated the San Diego Padres, but Chase Headley got him. And that ended his scoreless inning streak at 41.
Something about those Dodgers pitchers with those scoreless streaks, huh?
Right. Oral Hershiser has the record, 59 consecutive scoreless innings. Don Drysdale, 58.
Right.
So the 3rd longest in Dodger history, 5th longest since 1961 in Major League Baseball. Now Mike Matheny, all-star manager, has a decision to make as Gallardo singles back up the middle. The Brewer pitcher getting into the act. So a base hit for Giovanni. And a lead man on in the 2nd inning.
And sitting on that fastball, got one right down the middle, and All smiles at first base. Off to a good start on the mound and pretty good start at the plate.
And here comes Gomez, who homered yesterday. The lone tally of the game for the Brewers. And at one point, looked like that might be enough to get the win. Powerball home run number 14 for Carlos Gomez. Tied for the club high with Reynolds and Chris Davis. I'm curious to see if Mike Matheny will choose Kershaw as his starter at the All-Star game. You would think he would be the leader in the clubhouse with a no-hitter already this year and a couple of Cy Young awards. He'd be my guess.
Well, his own starting pitcher that's going to start tomorrow will not be able to pitch in the All-Star game. That's going to be what, 3 days?
Adam Wainwright.
Kershaw will be a pretty good guess.
And Wainwright's had a great year as well. We'll see how loyal he is. Down and away to Gomez. 2 balls and a strike on Carlos, who was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He stole a base. Brewers got 3 in the first. Ramirez had a sac fly and an RBI, and then Chris Davis had a 2-out double.
Well, the other guy that might start, Alfredo Simon. He's got 12 wins.
I'm going to go with Kershaw.
Yeah, I know, but
bouncing ball hits the bag and into center field. So Gomez catches a break. It was going to be a tough out. Certainly weren't going to throw Gomez out, but Wong might have had a shot at Gallardo. Instead, it goes as a hit after it hits the base, and 2 on to start this second inning.
Yep, came right up on Wong, right over the glove. He's tried to dive to get it. Here's a good approach by Gomez. Not trying to pull it. And you see it hit the back of the bag, comes up on Wong and into center field.
Two on for Jeanette. The Brewers have 4 hits already against Kelly. Nobody out in the second inning. And Jeanette shows bunt. Takes a ball. Scooter had a base hit his last time up. Opposite field single. Also had a stolen base. And scored on Davis's double with 2 outs. Popped him up. Foul territory. Holiday on the run. Reaches up and it's out of play. Wrestling with the fans.
Yeah, as long as it's in the seats, you know, do what you can to keep that out of his glove.
And unlikely Holiday's given him the ball, but somebody will get one. That's how you do it. If only he had a glove. Holiday might have made that catch.
Yeah, but it's in the seats.
Right. He posted him up. Well done. That's what you call putting a body on someone, Rock. You got to put a body on him. Two and one to Jeanette.
And good box out material, right?
Hold your ground in the paint. Two balls and a strike. 2 on for the Crew. Got Gallardo at second. And the very speedy Gomez at first. Scooter coming in here with 7 home runs. He's pushed his batting average up over 300. He's at 304 with that base hit in the first. Off his foot.
And one of the few breaking balls that Kelly's been able to throw over the plate, at least close enough for Jeanette to take a swing at. This slider, the same pitch that Chris Davis hit out of the ballpark. That one goes right off the inside of his foot.
So 2-2 to Jeanette with Lucroy on deck. A lot of pitches already for Joe Kelly. Nobody out in the second. And inside misses. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Kelly was off to a great start this year in his first 3 starts of the season. Was actually the National League leader in ERA at the time of his injury here at Miller Park. Ironic that he returns to the active big league roster at Miller Park. Jeanette pulls one. That's past Adams down into the corner. Gallardo is in. Gomez right behind him. He'll score. Jeanette on his way to third. And it's a 2 RBI triple for Scooter Jeanette. 5-0 Brewers.
Well, Scooter able to pick on a curveball from Joe Kelly. Not a bad pitch. It was down, but able to gulp it right down that first baseline. Rolls all the way into the corner. That's a good at bat by Scooter. So a base hit the right, or I should say the left, and now a triple right down the line on a curveball, and just stays right on it. Not much range from Matt Adams. And by the time Alan Craig gets to it, 2 runs are in, and Scooter's at third base. That was a good start.
That ball got tucked down in the corner for a while. Jeanette with triple number 3 of the year. He's at third with nobody out. That forces the Cardinals infield in with Lucroy coming up.
That just shows you how well he covers the plate. Talking about Jeanette, fastball away, he rips it into left, got a curveball down and in, and able to keep it fair, rolls it right by the first baseman and down into the corner. That's good plate coverage.
2 for 2 for Jeanette. 5-0 Brewers, hungry for more here early against Joe Kelly. 0-2 to Lucroy. Let's take a look at our lows. Never stop improving. Jonathan Lucroy, you take it month by month. You can't even really call April a slow start. He hit 283, but he has been better each and every month, coming off a huge month of June, a .359 batting average, and hitting right in the middle of that Brewers order in such a key spot.
Sitting at .323 coming into this at bat.
.0-2 pitch. Lucroy just stays alive.
And a great guy to have up in these situations. Infield drawn in. Fly ball, a ground ball gets through. You get another run. Makes very good contact. Not much range when you're playing that far in the infield.
Lucroy is a .286 hitter with runners in scoring position. That's actually down from his career average. He's typically been the best hitter in these spots over the last couple of years. And Lucroy lofts this one into shallow right. Craig will catch it. Jeanette will bluff. As the throw comes in up the line, still just 1 out. Jeanette stays put, and Lucroy is retired.
Hey, tonight's time of the game winner, the Square Bar in Wisconsin Rapids. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. It's offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
We welcome all of those watching at the Square Bar. Much better than a round bar. Rectangles are nice for bars. Squares work too. Here's Ramirez now with the infield in, and 1 away. Aramis drove in a run with a sac fly in the first inning. Ball in beer. You know the ball and glove logo, right? Well, that's next year's logo, ball and beer.
It just has flavor. You know he's going to drink the rest of it.
Oh, it's got a little Delaware mud in there. It spices it up.
You can't be throwing away beer.
I'm pretty sure that applause right there was him just drinking out of that cup. As Ramirez takes strike 2. One gone. Jeanette at third. Kelly in the driver's seat, and Ramirez takes a ball.
There's a nice block. That's a heck of a block by Cruz. That ball wasn't even close. Saving a run. Cardinals catcher on a slider. Look how far off the corner that is, and with a little bit of help from the umpire, keeps it close.
Mike Matheny called it opportunity concerning Molina on the disabled list. Opportunity for Tony Cruz.
Trying to stay positive, Matheny.
He's a positive guy. Got him. Kelly strikes out Ramirez. 2 outs in the inning. Kelly gets Lucroy and Ramirez with a runner at third base. Jeanette still there for Ryan Braun.
Man, 3-4 hitters up with a man at third and nobody out, and still the Brewers not able to score him. And that one on the outside corner, and Ramirez a little bit late.
So 2 gone, and Braun coming up. Brewers had a couple of RBIs with 2 outs in the first, and Braun trying to add to it. 5-0 Milwaukee. 2 runs are in here in the second, and that same fastball hits the edge. Kelly gets ahead of Braun. Ryan grounded out to first base in the first inning. His next RBI will be his 50th. Giancarlo Stanton is the league leader in RBIs right now in the National League, 63. Brewers have been able to spread out their production a little bit. They've been one of the most productive offenses in the National League, even with this recent slide. Got 5 players with 40 or more runs batted in.
Well balanced attack pretty much the entire season, save last 10 games. Every team goes through it. Man, look at the Braves. They had a 9-game losing streak. What happened to the San Francisco Giants? Happens to the good teams too.
Well, you're always gauging a ball club by the next day, and what, at least from our perspective, we go down there for batting practice. You kind of get a feel for the club. Very positive today. Reneke's talking to guys, upbeat. Carlos Gomez doing what he always does, cracking everybody up. And they know it's a long season and plenty of time to get it turned around. I think that's one of Reneke's strengths. He's a pretty mild-mannered guy. You don't know if the team is winning or losing. Braun into right center, and that's going to get down a base hit, going all the way to the wall. In to score Jeanette. Braun thinking about 3, and he's on his way. The throw comes in late, and it's a triple for Braun. An RBI triple makes it 6-0 Milwaukee.
All right, good to have him back in the lineup. How about that pitch? You see that pitch? Slider. Looked like it was off the corner. He covers the outside corner so well. And not just making contact, but driving the ball off the corner. That ball a little bit up, but off the corner a little bit. Look at the swing by Braun, just trying to go that way. It just has such good leverage that, well, just jumps off his bat and finds a wall, and he ends up at third base. And just such an incredible talent at going to the opposite field.
2-out RBI triple for Braun. 6-0 Brew Crew. Here's Davis now. 2 triples in the inning. I'm sure Joe Kelly's wondering how Braun put the barrel of the bat on that pitch.
It's one thing making contact on that pitch, but driving it like that, not many can do that.
They say he goes. Davis unable to check his swing. And the Cardinals have activity in their bullpen. Nick Greenwood. And looking like a short start for Joe Kelly. He's still in the second inning. 60 pitches already. Braun sliding in with a triple. His 6th of the year, and look at Ed Cedar.
Tell him to stay there. The ball's there, and good job, by the way, Ryan.
It's like how he talks to his dog right there. Stay, stay,
Squirt, stay.
His dog's name is Squirt.
Yeah,
good one. That's some good intel right there. It's a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. I mean, you're covered. You're not just analyzing the game. You got like coaches' dogs' names down.
You got to know the pets. That says a lot about the guy.
Squirt. Is that in your magic little file over there?
No, no.
Two and two. Another good block by Tony Cruz. Been a long day for him already. Only in the second inning. A lot of pitches in the dirt. Brewers are catching Joe Kelly in his comeback game and greeting him rudely today. Kelly's not had a lot of success against Milwaukee throughout his career. He's the one guy the Brewers have handled a few occasions.
Yeah, 1-5 in 6 starts. 1-5 with a .417 earned run average.
This guy was about as good as there was on the mound in the National League last year for the final 3 months of the year. Only Jose Fernandez and Clayton Kershaw had a better ERA after June 1st of last season than Joe Kelly. Count stays at 3-2. When Davis doubled in the first, he doubled in those 2 runs. That was in a long at bat and also on a 3-2 count. That rolling curveball from Joe Kelly.
Yeah, stayed up, didn't it? Inner half, good pitch to hit. And Chris out in front of it.
Bouncer over Kelly's head. Wong scoops it up and throws him out to end the inning. But another good one. The Brewers have a couple of 3 spots on the board. A couple of triples in the second. Gallardo started it with a single. Gomez reached on a base hit to center field. Jeanette drives in a pair with a triple, and then Ryan Braun a 2-out triple. 6-0 Brew Crew.
As we head to the third, the Brewers with a 6-0 lead. And do you have what it takes to be a part of the best dance team in Wisconsin? Well, the Milwaukee Bucks dancers are holding open auditions on Sunday beginning at 8 a.m. at the BMO Harris Bradley Center. The first 100 dancers to register receive an exclusive Milwaukee Bucks tank top. For more information, you can visit foxsportswisconsin.com and click on the More tab. The Bucks and the Cavaliers are squaring off in Vegas for their first Summer League game. And Brian, the Brewers offense coming to life after scoring 2 runs or fewer in 6 of their last 7, getting a lot of production here early.
Yes, ma'am, they certainly are, and I am applauding Sophia. I was feeling like a LeBron James update was coming at any moment. She refrained. The first Cavaliers mentioned today that did not include LeBron James coming back to Cleveland.
And you couldn't do it, could you?
I'm the winner.
What do you win?
Tell them what they've won. Tony Cruz leads off, and a little half swing he goes. That was big news today. That actually bumped Bill Schroeder off of America's pregame today, which is unacceptable in my opinion. Yeah, you got bumped by LeBron James.
I mean, who would you rather hear from?
I would rather hear from Bill Schroeder.
Really?
You and the Mad Hungarian talking about the Brewers Cardinals. America needs that.
We might have got a little dust up here. I know. me and Al Urbanski, we go way back.
Is the Mad Hungarian still mad?
No.
He's kind of pleasant now. He's like the pleasant Hungarian.
Just looks like it. He's got the handlebar.
Oh yeah, there he is. Look at him.
Great guy, Al Urbanski.
He does. He looks a lot madder than he actually is.
He's mad now.
Well, yeah, the Cardinals are down 6-0. Al Urbanski working with Dan McLaughlin over there. Cardinals television.
There's about 15 production trucks in the parking lot today.
Got a lot going on. This is a big series. MLB Network is covering this as well. Bob Costas is here. And
Fox 1, how many trucks do they have here?
3 or 4. A couple of those are for Gabe Kapler. 2-2 to Cruz. Ramirez scoops it up, and there is out number 1. Gallardo has retired all but 1 he's faced so far. Gave up a double to Holiday in the first inning. That's been it.
Looking forward to doing the game tomorrow.
Yeah, I am. It'll be on Fox Sports 1, and I'll be working with Gabe Kapler, and
former Brewer.
Haven't seen Gabe in a while. I think he's doing a great job for the mothership. So it'll be good to catch up. I'm going to have to, lift some weights before. You got to get in shape. You can't stand next to Gabe Kapler and be soft. You got to tighten up a little bit.
He's in pretty good shape. He was part of a big part of the team in 08.
Yes, he was.
The playoff team.
Had a terrible injury in right field. Knocked him out of the postseason. Into right center. Braun got a late break. Coming on fast. Can't make the catch. And Joe Kelly, not willing to stretch out that hamstring, will settle for a single.
Well, Braun dove too far on that. Ball hung up on him. Didn't know his own speed. Check it out. Had it in the glove. Just kind of surprised him. I guess it got there a little quicker. Couldn't squeeze it. And Kelly's in with a base hit.
Ball had some slice on it. So Kelly singles. Both pitchers have singles in this game. And to the top of the St. Louis order, and Matt Carpenter. Carpenter hitting at .286, just 4 homers and 33 driven in.
He's an all-star this year.
Curious to see what kind of moves the Cardinals make come trade deadline. Their general manager John Mozeliak is here. One of the areas that they could make a move would be at third base, because Carpenter proved he could play second base very well last year. He's played all over. He's a versatile piece you could move around. Cardinals are just getting Colton Wong back, and he's swinging the bat well right now.
And he'll add some speed to a team that doesn't have much.
Wong actually leads the Cardinals in stolen bases with 11. They don't run much. They don't hit the long ball. Two and one to Carpenter.
And they've had a difficult time with runners in scoring position. That was the thing that set them apart last year. Their numbers, what did they hit? About 330 with runners in scoring position.
Historically good last year.
They're about 100 points below that at 246 coming into tonight's game.
Brewers are set up to turn a double play. Carpenter takes a strike. 2-2 the count.
That's what Giovanni's been doing very well, is establishing fastball, putting it on the corners, and actually started to pitch effectively inside every so often. And you get that pitch on the corners, you get ahead in the count, and then you can go to that curveball for the put-away pitch.
Bouncing ball, got a chance to turn it. Segura by himself, and a double play. First time all year Carpenter's bounced into a double play. It goes 6-3. Gallardo is out of the inning and working on a shutout through the first three. Brewers off to a great start tonight. They're up 6-0. Brewers coming to bat. To you by Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin, and by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Beautiful night for baseball here in Milwaukee. 6-0 Brewers. It's a beautiful night for soccer too. By the way, next Wednesday, Chivas Guadalajara versus Swansea City. Miller Park will host its first ever international soccer match next Wednesday at 8 p.m. There's the layout of the pitch. Is that what we're going with? The soccer pitch? As Kelly delivers his pitch, and Overbay grounds one to second. Wong takes care of him for the out. So great seats are still available. $25. We have some stuff here for you, Rock. If you want to be a hipster soccer fan, you got to have one of these.
What am I, getting knighted here or what?
And then I got you a mug.
You got me a mug.
Yep, I got you a mug. Cheers, mate.
Actually, I want the other one. That's nice.
Okay.
There you go. Cheers. What do we got in here? What do they drink at soccer matches?
I think the same thing they drink at ball games. Just visit brewers.com, by the way, /soccer.
Actually, this is a pretty sweet scarf.
It is.
Very colorful.
Chivas Guadalajara.
So I imagine you got this, and
yeah, I went down and rustled it up for you.
And you got it for me, huh? Well done. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll save it for our pregame producer, Brad Weimer.
Oh, no. Is he a soccer guy?
He's a big soccer guy. So is Dave Trout down on the truck. I'm looking forward to that. We won't be here to watch that match, that soccer match, but we hope you'll come out to Miller Park. Be a great place to hang out. Swansea, by the way, is in the English Premier League. So they won the Football League final, the Cup final in 2013. I mean, these legitimate teams here.
Man, we had Paco on last homestand.
That's right. Paco. 2-1 to Segura. Line drive left center. A base hit for Gene Segura. And into the gap it goes. Segura on his way to second with a double. The hits keep coming for the Brewers. A 1-out double. First hit of the night for Segura.
Segura hasn't hit in very good luck. I mean, he had a bullet in his first time up, but right at John Jay in center. Another hanging breaking ball from Joe Kelly, and the Brewers all over it. This time Segura rips it into the gap and gets into second base easily.
Trying to get that bat going again. For more on that, let's check in with Sophia.
Well, after the road trip where Segura went 1 for 17, Ron Renneke had a chat with Segura and just said, you know, hey, we just want to get you more consistent. Had a conversation with him, discussed some things mechanically. Segura said he was working on some things, and Renneke said it's just so tough to make those changes in the middle of the season, especially when a guy is dealing with, you know, a little bit of loss of confidence and frustration. So looking to get Segura going here just before the All-Star break.
Now, it's a fascinating study with Gene Segura, who is used to playing baseball year-round. Prior to last season, Segura won the Dominican Winter League batting title and then went straight into the season. Had a great year with the bat. Matter of fact, he was an all-star, but since the all-star game of last season, he hasn't hit much. Been hitting down into the low 230s. And he didn't play winter ball this year. I think the Brewers felt like he might have been a little bit fatigued. And he didn't play winter ball, so he's kind of out of his normal routine. I'll be very curious to see if he plays winter ball, at least sparingly, this offseason.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but, you know, he and Johnny Nairn have been working just about all season with, you know, talking about Segura staying back a little bit and jumping at the baseball a little somewhat. And when you're moving toward the pitcher as the pitch is coming, makes it very difficult to lay off of pitches out of the strike zone. And in reference to that last road trip, he had a lot of line drive outs, if you recall. A lot of line drives into the outfield, particularly right field.
Gallardo chases a breaking ball. Down on strikes he goes.
But it's a constant battle up there at the plate. Everybody goes through it. Trying to figure out a way to stay comfortable up there at the plate.
A reminder, tomorrow a full day of MLB action. Brewers Cardinals on Fox Sports 1, 2:30 airtime. First pitch just after 3 o'clock. And then the Pirates and the Reds on Baseball Night in America, exclusively on Fox. MLB doubleheader begins tomorrow at 2:30. Don't forget they stream that live as well on Fox Sports Go. So a big day in the National League Central on the Fox family of networks tomorrow. Gomez up with 2 away.
You know, and that's the tough part about being a hitting coach in the big leagues, anywhere for that matter, is that every hitter has something they have to work on and concentrate on. Kind of buzzwords every day in batting practice and even during the game. No two hitters are working on the same thing at the same point in the season.
Well, Gomez strikes out. Joe Kelly with his best inning yet. A scoreless third with a couple of Ks. 6-0 Brewers. had a pair of 3-run innings. Now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag WisFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Beautiful Friday night here. Roof is all opened up. Got a day game tomorrow. First pitch at 3:10 tomorrow, and then Sunday the finale of this series will be underway at 1:10. We'll be on the air on Fox Sports Wisconsin at 12:30 Sunday. So a couple of day games to wrap it up, and then a 4-day All-Star break. A win tonight for the Brewers would guarantee that the Brew Crew would head into the All-Star break in first place. And despite losing 9 out of 10, you'd have taken that out of spring training without blinking an eye.
No doubt. Well, still in pretty good shape. 11 games over 500. I guess if someone were to tell you that the Brewers would be 11 over at the All-Star break or close, I think you'd take it, regardless of how you get there. They were 19 games over 500, which allowed them a bit of a cushion for a little bit of a lull. I mean, this has been a big lull for them, but still in first place.
Colton Wong leading off. Gallardo gets a strike, unable to check his swing, says Laz Diaz, and it's 1-2 on the rookie second baseman, who was the rookie of the month in May.
High fastball. Wong not able to hold up.
In the air to left. Davis on the run, slicing, looking for the wall, and Davis makes a catch. Good catch out there. First out for Gallardo of the fourth.
No fans interfering with that one. Home field advantage here at Miller Park. That ball just kept slicing further and further away. He knew exactly where he was out there. Hauls it in, makes it look easy.
Davis with a big 2 RBI double tonight. That was the key hit in the first inning. Might be the key hit of the ball game. If it stays like this, it certainly will. Holiday takes a strike. Gallardo's given up 2 hits. Holiday doubled with 2 outs in the first. Giovanni left him stranded. Gallardo facing his nemesis team, the St. Louis Cardinals. He's had a tough time with them throughout his career, and he is trying to answer some of those demons here tonight. This is big not only for the ball club to try to snap this 5-game losing streak, but for Gallardo personally to beat the Cardinals would be something. He's 1-11 lifetime against them. And an ERA over 6.
And just one of those teams. The Cardinals and the Rockies have always given Giovanni a tough time. Of course, there's been some pretty good offenses in both of those cities recently, so I don't think Giovanni is the only one. Of course, the numbers in 18 starts, a .634 earned run average, and his only win came at Busch Stadium.
Fastball just missed. Holiday with a good eye. Just off the plate with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
It continues to work the outside corner, although Holiday likes it out there.
Full count. Bouncing ball foul. Holiday now 34 years of age. This is his 6th year with the Cardinals. A career 300 hitter. He's got a decade in the big leagues. Huge numbers. And he drives one to right. Braun going back. Braun reaches up, can't get it. Fields it cleanly. Got a chance here at second, but the throw too high, and Holiday is in with a double. A good throw will get him.
That's a good test for that back right there. I mean, Braun was having some back spasms not that long ago. On plays like that, it's really noticeable, but able to go back. Boy, Holiday just hammers this baseball. 3-2 pitch. Everything away from Holiday, and that's where he likes it. He likes to get those arms extended. And that one over Braun's head. A good throw at second, and he's going to be out. But couldn't do it.
Had a chance. Holiday in with his second double. Has 2 of the 3 hits against Gallardo. And that'll bring up Matt Adams. Adams bounced to first his last time up. That was with Holiday at second base. It's been hard to keep this guy quiet over the last couple of weeks. Right now, the National League batting average leaderboard, Tulowitzki leads, hitting .350, then Adams, then Lucroy as Adams pulls one foul. Adams coming in batting .336. Lucroy at .323. Casey McGee's on that list, Rock. He's 4th in the National League in batting. Having a great year for the Marlins.
They missed the All-Star game.
That ball's hit deep. Adams will watch this one go, and the Cardinals are on the board with a 2-run homer by Matt Adams. 6-2 Milwaukee.
Yep, down and in. He just smokes it out of here. And number 11 on the season for Adams, and that was a no-doubter.
.11 homers, 40 runs batted in now for Adams.
And check out the pitch. Down and in. That's a no-no to a lefty like Adams. He just drops the head of the bat on it. And watch it fly. Look how far that one went.
A 1-out 2-run homer and a swing and a miss. Johnny Peralta. That extends Matt Adams' hitting streak to 9 games. He's hit 3 home runs in that stretch. Peralta off the end of the bat, a base hit. So the Cardinals with 3 consecutive hits. Gallardo had Matt Holiday to 2 strikes, then he doubles the home run, now the single.
Yeah, Cutter and Peralta out in front, but able to keep the bat in the zone long enough to dump it out there into center field. The only way you do that is if it's up in the strike zone. That's where it was. It was a hanger by Yo, and Peralta gets the base hit.
And it'll be Alan Craig now. 6-2 Brewers. Cardinals on the board here in the 4th. And a late swing by Craig. It's easy to see why Craig is such a force to the opposite field. He's got that inside out swing, and he's got great power from center field over to the right field pole.
They say he's been jumping out a little bit, you know, having the same issues that Segura has from once in a while. Getting out on that front foot, and makes it difficult to drive the ball to the opposite field when you do that. And they're giving Craig a lot of room in that hole between first and second.
One and two.
And pulling that shoulder, that's something you never see from Craig, hardly ever, at least last year. He just tucks that front shoulder and drives it to the opposite field. Watch the front shoulder. It's going to go as he makes an effort to make contact. Once that front shoulder flies open, no chance on the pitch away.
Everything away from Gallardo. Nothing in the strike zone, and he's ahead 1-2 on Craig. Runner at first. Craig takes a call. Strike 3, top of the zone. Got the call from Mark Carlson.
That curveball fooled him. Top of the zone and on the inner half of the plate. That's not where you expect the curveball to end up. Kind of backed up on him, but it was so bad it was good, and he got the call from Carlson behind home plate.
Second strikeout for Gallardo, and now 2 men are out for John Jay. Jay grounded out his last time up, rolled one over to second base. Brewers got off to a great start tonight. 2 3-run innings. 3 in the first. RBIs from Ramirez and Davis. Davis drove in 2. Scooter Gennett had a 2 RBI triple in the second. Then Braun had an RBI triple. Gallardo was rolling right along until this 4th inning. Had faced just 2 over the minimum. Wiped out one of those base runners with a double play to end the 3rd. But 3 hits in a row for the Redbirds, and 2 on the board. Matt Adams with a 2-run homer. Jay takes a strike, 1-2.
And normally when you come inside on a left-hander, you want it up. That was right at the bottom of the strike zone, similar to the pitch that he threw to Adams. That ended up out of the ballpark.
One and 2. Gallardo to Jay, outside, ball 2.
73 pitches already for Gallardo. That's a lot of pitches in the 4th inning.
They normally free swinging Cardinals. Like the Brewers, they're pretty aggressive at the plate. See about 3.5 pitches per plate appearance. Bottom 3rd in the league in that category. And Gallardo misses. Now it's 3-2, and that's going to mean Johnny Peralta will get a head start. Got to muscle through this inning. He's got a lead to work with. Full count, 2 outs. Peralta takes off. Jay slaps one foul into the seats. Been a popular spot here tonight. Pirates and the Reds are in Cincinnati tonight. That game's going to the 8th inning. Pittsburgh has a 5-3 lead over the Reds. Pirates beat the Cardinals yesterday, salvaging the final game of the series in St. Louis. And now matching up against Cincinnati. Bouncing ball. Gennett lays out to his feet. Got him. Nice play. Scooter Gennett to end the inning. A defensive gem for the Scooter, and it's 6-2 Brewers. Cardinals just scored on a 2-run homer by Adams. Scooter Gennett making a nice play to end the inning. He's had a great night. Base hit down the left field line, then he pulled one down the right field line. A 2 RBI triple for Scooter Gennett. That was in the second inning. And then how about this play to end the frame as the Cardinals are trying to keep a long inning going. Gennett takes care of John Jay to end it.
And not an easy play. Tough part of that play, getting up and knowing where first base is right away, instinctively knowing exactly where to throw that baseball, and gets his man. Now there's the numbers for Nick Greenwood, one of 3 left-handers down in that Cardinals bullpen. He made his major league debut on June 28th. That was against the Dodgers, and pitched 4 scoreless innings in that game. So a guy that can pitch extended for Mike Matheny, and it's probably going to be the case tonight.
So Joe Kelly tonight in his return to the big leagues. His first start since April 16th. Kelly gives up 6 runs in 3 innings tonight. Bouncing ball to short. Johnny Peralta makes a play to retire Gennett for the first out. Well, how about a little carsoup.com trivia, Rock? Who were the 3 Brewers to appear in the '09 All-Star game in St. Louis? One of them was the home run derby champion that year. I'll give you that hint. Is that too obvious? Does that make it obvious?
No. Very good.
The Brewers are going to have 4 on the National League All-Star roster this year. And 3 of them will be starters if they make it through the weekend healthy. And it's always a key as you get to the All-Star break. It's just the 5th time in franchise history the Brewers have had 4 All-Stars. First time since '07. As Lucroy lines one right to Matt Holliday. Lucroy, a bad break, hit it sharply, but right at the Cardinal left fielder.
Man, handcuffed him out there. Holliday struggles out there defensively and left. It's always an adventure. But able to handle that one. Lucroy hit that one right on the button.
That'll bring up Aramis Ramirez. And a shot fair down the line. And that's going to hit off the sidewall. Bounces right to Holliday. Ramirez on his way to second. Just in there with a double. Two-out double for Aramis Ramirez.
Yeah, Aramis doesn't mess around. He doesn't really apply to take a few pitches. There's a changeup. First pitch changeup to Rami, down and in, and he's able to hook it inside that third baseline. Well, it could have been a quick inning for Greenwood, but Aramis able to double with 2 outs. And just barely getting in there.
And that sets up Ryan Braun with a runner in scoring position. Braun had a 2-out triple at an RBI in the second inning. Drove in Gennett. Braun with 50 runs batted in, the first to 50 on the club. He flies to right. Craig will make the catch, and that retires the side. So Greenwood works a scoreless 4th. It is 6-2 Milwaukee. We go to the 5th.
lead as we head to the top of the 5th, and the ALS Association Wisconsin chapter is hosting their 3rd annual Chase and a Cure tailgate party to help raise awareness of Lou Gehrig's disease. You can help shut out ALS by supporting the event, and for more information you can call 414-831-3393. And looking ahead to tomorrow's start, Jimmy Nelson spoke about facing Cardinals ace Adam Wainwright, said he's not intimidated, just said what Wainwright does on the mound does not affect his plan or his execution. He says it's 2 different sides of the ball. He's just going to focus on his end and try to manage the butterflies and use it to his advantage. Brian?
And Jimmy Nelson looking forward to his start tomorrow. He's pitched at Miller Park. Remember, he came up at the end of last year. He made 1 start at the end of the season. He was great against the Marlins in a spot start this year for Gallardo. Giovanni did not go on the disabled list that day, but he was pushed back a few days. So Nelson got the start, got the win. So he's got his feet wet, and he's hoping he'll be a mainstay. Brewers need him. Tony Cruz swinging away at the first pitch. He flies to right. Gallardo could use a quick inning after a rough 4th inning, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits.
Now, the thing I like about Nelson, and we refer back to that start against the Marlins back in May, the fact that he wasn't intimidated. He was throwing strikes. He wasn't messing around at all. I mean, he throws in the mid to upper 90s with that electric slider. He's not afraid to pitch to contact, although he is a strikeout type pitcher down in the minor leagues anyway. Not a guy that looked like he was intimidated at all making that start early this season.
It figures to be a great matchup. I know Milwaukee fans are excited to see Nelson, who won 10 games in AAA, pitching for the Nashville Sounds. Nick Greenwood, the pitcher, grounds to 3rd for the 2nd out. And by the way, if you're hunting for that game tomorrow, it's on Fox Sports 1, not Fox Sports Wisconsin tomorrow, FS1.
Hey, the pivotal showdown between the Brewers and Cardinals continues at Miller Park tomorrow and Sunday as the Central Division rivals battle for the division's top spot. Reserve your spot today at 414-902-4000 or go to Brewers.com.
2 quick outs for Gallardo. Top of the order, here is Matt Carpenter. Bounced into a double play in the 3rd inning. Carpenter's 0 for 2. Second base last year, moves over to 3rd base this season. Led the league in hits last year, had 199 hits. Also led the league in doubles and runs scored last year. Huge season for Matt Carpenter.
Yeah, it came from nowhere. Who would have thought, right? Coming out of spring training. Not many people heard much about Carpenter, but what a season that he put together.
It's one of the greatest offensive seasons ever by a Cardinal second baseman. So good they moved him to 3rd base this year. Gallardo deals the strike, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, to have big seasons as a team, you have to have surprise performances, and Brewers are getting a couple out of Chris Davis and Scooter Gennett offensively.
Two on the way. Carpenter lashes one foul. Giovanni trying to make it a quick inning. Get through 5. Bottom of the order coming up for the Brewers. Got Davis, Overbay, and Segura. Gallardo would hit 4th if anybody gets on in the bottom of this 5th. 6-2 Crew here in the 5th. And Carpenter spoils another one.
It's a tough team to strike out. I mean, to make contact, you talk about the fact that they attack early in the count. They don't wait around. If they see a pitch and they go after it.
A 30 pitch 4th inning.
Cardinals have struck out the fewest times in the National League, so they put the ball in play.
Another foul ball.
I think that's why Yvonne's pitch count is getting up there so high. A lot of foul balls. They put the bat on the baseball. They make contact, and they make you work. They wear you down offensively.
See what he does here. 2-2. He misses with a fastball. Count goes full now. Got Colton Wong due up next.
Trying to catch that outside corner, missed with. You can see where Lucroy's setting up. Just missed his spot.
Payoff coming. 2 outs, nobody on. Carpenter breaks his bat. Jeanette will make the play to end the inning. And it's a 3-up, 3-down fifth for Giovanni Gallardo. 6-2 Brewers. They are coming to bat.
It is a full moon.
It is.
It is. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Well done.
It's not waxing.
Perfectly
It's not
full.
waning. Mesmerizing. As promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo. It comes from Angie. I'm guessing Angie is the one closest. Maybe that's a selfie on her phone.
I know it's not the one furthest away.
No, it's definitely not the last one. It's all brought to you by AT&T. You can send us your photos, put your name on there, and use the hashtag WishFanPhoto. Chris Davis leads the way for the Crew. 2 RBI double in the first. He grounded out in the second. In the air to shallow center field. Jay coming in and will run it down. The benefits of playing shallow. Davis is retired. One away for Nick Greenwood here in the 5th inning.
You know, I Googled the full moon, the moon cycles, and they're saying that tomorrow is the full moon. That is not a complete full moon according to my information here.
Oh, I see. So the information you disseminated a moment ago was inaccurate.
Yeah, which is pretty much standard. Yeah, tomorrow is a full moon. So it looks like it's a full moon, though.
It's full enough. Overbay, his 3rd trip to the plate. He walked his first time up. Brewers scored 3 in the first, got 3 in the second off Joe Kelly, who lasted just 3 innings tonight.
And to be more specific, July 12th 11:27 Greenwich Mean Time, whenever that is.
There's a strike.
Since you asked,
Tell you what, when you get on a task, you don't step off it until it's all complete.
ad nauseum, right?
So is it full or not?
No.
Oh, good. You got that to look forward to tomorrow. Weather's been great here in Milwaukee. Last few days.
Unseasonably cool. You know, no humidity.
I'm in. I'll take it. Did he go? Yes, he did. Overbay strikes out. And Nick Greenwood has retired the first two. That's his first strikeout, the rookie lefty.
Well, Brewers need some add-on runs. They got 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and have been stymied since. A lot of changeups for Greenwood. He's got a good one. He threw one to Ramirez on the first pitch. He doubled. And Lyle not able to hold up on that last pitch.
Now to bring up Segura with 2 away. Gene had a double his last time up into left center. Those add-on runs are so important in games like this. 6-2. It's a nice lead, but you'd lost 5 in a row. Try to take the spirit away from the opposition, put a few on the board, and then
get the momentum back. Cardinals have crept back into the game.
Bouncing ball in the hole. Going to be a tough play. Peralta winds it up. The throw is in time. Close play at first. And we might have a challenge on this one. Renicky is on his way out. And we'll see if the replay proves worthy of a challenge here. It is close. This will be a great look at it. And he got him.
Yeah, not even close, really.
So that's that. No challenge coming. And we are headed to the 6th. 6-2 Milwaukee. Cardinals coming to bat. Gallardo back on the mound. Star break. And then we'll resume next week. By the way, Tuesday, baseball's best gather in Minnesota as the captain Derek Jeter takes the field in his last All-Star game ever. what promises to be an emotional and unforgettable night. Special coverage begins at 3:30 on Fox Sports 1, followed by the 2014 All-Star Game, 6:30 on Fox.
Back-to-back Yankee tributes in the All-Star Game.
Feels like it's going to be a Derek Jeter kind of night.
Right, yeah. Mariano Rivera last year.
Gallardo back to work as we go to the 6th.
And Brewers are going to have 3 starters in the All-Star Game. Why not, right?
It's going to be fun. We'll be watching. You'll be there.
I'm going. Yep.
Just going as a fan?
Oh, yeah. Actually going to be doing some work for the network.
Oh, is that right?
Well, the regional network, not the networks that you kind of mess around in, but just local network.
Regionally famous Bill Schroeder.
Right.
Wong takes a strike.
Fox Sports North is set up, at the All-Star pregame festivities, and
right in their backyard.
They got a long pregame show, and they're gonna have me on talking about the National League and the Brewers.
Excellent. That ball's hit deep. Wong turns on one, and the Cardinals are within 3. Colton Wong is on a home run binge lately. That's his 4th homer in his last 6 games. And it's a 6-3 ball game. The Cardinals are chipping away.
And both of them coming on fastballs. The one to Matt Adams down and in. Wong with his first base hit tonight. And this one's in. And Wong gets pretty good extension. It was supposed to be inside. That one leaked over the heart of the plate, and Wong able to knock it out of here. So the Brewers lead cut in half. Now you miss your spot, and you're going to pay. And Yabani's given up 2 home runs.
A 2-run homer by Adams. And now the solo shot by Wong, his 5th, as Holiday fouls it away. Well, the screws have tightened up here in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
Now the Cardinals in striking distance. Gallardo trying to wrestle his way through 6 innings now. That 30-pitch 4th inning set him back a little as far as the pitch count. Rob Wooten is loosening in the Brewers bullpen. Defensive swing there by Holiday. Good pitch.
Yeah, coming inside. That's where you got to pitch him. You got to tie him up inside. Likes to get those big arms extended and drive the ball to the opposite field. And that one out of the strike zone. It's supposed to be in.
No balls, 2 strikes on Holiday, who has 2 doubles. Leadoff home run by Wong, hitting out of the 2 spot in the order. Now Gallardo has to deal with Holiday, Adams, and Peralta here. The 1-2 outside ball 2. Brewers jumped out early, 3 in the 1st, added 3 more in the 2nd. Cardinals have scored the last 3 runs. And on a night you hope to put it in cruise control with a big lead early. It has not turned out that way. Three and 2. From 0-2 to 3-2, and now Gallardo's got to make a big pitch with Adams coming up next.
They got ahead of Matt Holliday last time up. Holliday ended up doubling into right field on the 3-2 pitch. A lot of foul balls for the Cardinals. And that's what's getting that pitch count up for Gallardo. They don't strike out much. They put the bat on the baseball, and They make you work every at bat. They make you work. Close to 100 pitches for Yo.
The most pitches in a game Gallardo has thrown this year, 121. That was in a win against the Pirates. Well, he's got some room there. Base runners are the key now as Wooten is ready in the bullpen. The 3-2. Holiday takes ball 4. Gallardo lost him. Had him 0-2. Holiday doesn't budge. And he walks, and that's going to send Lucroy to the mound. And now the Cardinals are a swing away from making this a 1-run game.
Yeah, just trying to make the perfect pitch with 2 strikes, not able to do it. Again, Matt Holliday not chasing out of the strike zone, and finally missing on the inside corner with a fastball.
He's having a huge year, Adams. Extended his hitting streak to 9 in a row with that homer in the 4th. Adams has played 9 games inside Miller Park in his career, has 3 homers and 9 runs batted in. Gallardo needs a ground ball here. Ball and a strike on Adams. The Cardinals do bounce into a ton of double plays.
Yeah, lead the league. 89 of them, including the one that Carpenter rolled into early in the game.
That ended the 3rd inning. Gallardo breezed through the first 3 innings. Gave up just 2 hits. Faced 1 over the minimum.
Adams having a difficult time with the curveball from Gallardo. First time up, and kind of waving at that last one. And just be careful with a fastball again.
Back in the 4th, it was a fastball right in Adams' wheelhouse. And no doubt about that one. Number 11 on the year for Adams. His 39th and 40th run batted in. 1-2 the count. Adams stays alive. A leadoff homer in this inning by Wong. Holiday at first with a walk. Adams takes a called strike 3. Gallardo spins one in and hits the corner.
Yeah, anything but a fastball, right? You don't want to do that again. 81 miles an hour. Well, just kept feeding off-speed pitches to Adams in that at bat. He only got 1 fastball. That was the second pitch of that bat, and then 1 curveball after another. And finally able to get him catching the outside corner with pitch number 5. And right after this foul ball, 81 miles an hour. Little backdoor action. Catches the outside corner and gets him.
Got a chat at the mound here. The skipper went out, Ron Renicky. Normally when Renicky makes a pitching change, he'll walk out there, but he had a visit with purpose. He ran out, said his piece, had the infielders in, and now Gallardo stays to face Johnny Peralta. 1 gone in the 6th. Gallardo's spot due to lead off in the bottom of the 6th inning. You know Renicky would love to get him through here.
Yeah. You don't want to go to a double switch at this point in the game. You get him through this inning and then pinch hit.
Johnny Peralta, first-year Cardinal. And a breaking ball misses. Peralta had a hit his last time up. Had a single off the end of the bat to center. That ball's launched. Peralta sends that one up and out, and it's a one-run game. The Cardinals have scored 5 unanswered. It's 6-5 Milwaukee on the 3rd home run allowed by Gallardo, the 2nd in this inning.
Against a team that is dead last in the National League in home runs. That was a hanging slider that time. Peralta got a base hit his last time up on a breaking ball. There's the slider. It just spins up there, does nothing, and Peralta able to knock it out of here.
And that's going to do it for Gallardo. Johnny Peralta with his 14th homer of the season. And Gallardo will exit still with a chance to win, but unable to get through 6 innings. Pitching change coming. We'll set up the new hurler when we continue. 6-5 Brewers. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Miller Lite, now in the original can, it's Miller time. Well, Brewers got off to a great start, scored the first 6 runs. The Cardinals have scored 5 unanswered, and it is a ball game again. 6-5 Brewers. A 2-run homer by Johnny Peralta sends Gallardo to the showers. And here's Rob Wooten with 1 out, bases empty in the 6th.
Well, Wooten last pitched on Wednesday against the Phillies, tossed a 3-up, 3-down inning. That included a strikeout. His numbers overall pretty good, 4.2 his earned run average. And when you consider one of his outings, he gave up 5 runs without getting an out. So other than that outing, he's been very good.
Wooten trying to settle this one down now, facing Alan Craig with 1 away. Gallardo's line is official.
Only 3 home runs against a team that is dead last in homers. Coming in, they've hit 55 home runs. And 3 tonight.
Well, our Marshfield Clinic leaders in relief. As far as walks per 9 innings, the Brewers and the Cardinals bullpen among the best in the National League. Only the Giants and the Padres better. Going to be a lot of bullpen work tonight. And a swing and a miss, 1 and 2 on Craig.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You're going to have a good bullpen. You can't be coming in walking batters. The Brewers really haven't done much of that this year. Throwing strikes. They've been giving up their runs lately, but not with a base on balls. They've been aggressive. Every one of them throwing strikes.
1 and 2 to Craig with 1 away. And that's a little soft liner into left field, a base hit. The 3rd hit of the inning, and now the Cardinals have the tying run on. This is a spot, if you're Ron Renicky, you need a pitcher to step up and get control of this game. Confidence is high with the Cardinals. They come in here just 2 back of the Brewers. Milwaukee has lost 5 in a row. They just got swept by the Phillies. That base hit by Alan Craig snaps an 0 for 15 run at the plate. And there's a shot. Base hit by Jay. 2 batters faced, 2 base hits for St. Louis against Rob Wooten.
Yeah, fastball. John Jay not messing around. He wasn't about to wait around again. He's grounded to second base his first 2 times up. There's a fastball right down the chute and lines it into center field. Cardinals have now out-hit the Brewers 9-8.
And 4 of those coming in this inning. 4 hits and a walk in this inning. Started with a Colton Wong leadoff homer. Peralta a 2-run homer. And now 2 on and 1 away for Tony Cruz.
Best pitch for Wooten has been his slider as of late. You know, the slider, the splitter. He needs to get one of those pitches down in the zone, get his double play ball. He's able to locate that 2-seam fastball with sink pretty well. And I threw that last one to Jay right down the middle.
Brewers have turned 1 double play tonight. Wooten looking for another one here to get him out of this inning as Cruz. Little half swing. He checks it. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Cardinals have a pinch hitter. That's Oscar Taveras, due to hit next in the pitcher spot. Two and nothing. 2 on. The tying run at second. And it's 3 balls and no strikes. You wonder if Cruz has the green light here. 3-0.
Well, Wooten thought he might, so he threw a slider. Slider on the 3-0 pitch.
St. Louis starter Joe Kelly went 3 innings, gave up 6 earned runs. Gallardo is out 5 1/3, 5 earned runs. All about the bullpens here. 3-1, and a swing and a foul. Threw him another one. Full count to Cruz.
A very hittable slider too. Look at that one, just spins up there and he fouled it straight back. Not much tilt on it.
Brewers pitching staff giving up home runs at an alarming rate right now. 16 homers in the last 11 games. 3 tonight. Full count, 1 out. And ball 4. Cruz draws the walk. The bases are loaded with 1 out. It's the second walk of the inning to go along with the 4 hits.
And you got some lefties coming up. You wonder if Renicky's going to go to the bullpen again. He's got, I think it's Zach Duke out there getting loose. And now it's Tavares, the left-handed hitter. They got Carpenter and Wong coming up. A little bit too early to be playing matchups, though. But here he comes.
Yeah, Renicky forced to make a move here. This could be the game, and he knows it. He'll make the double switch as Tavares is announced. And the left-hander is coming in. So the Brewers in the deep waters here. 3 runs are in. It's a 1-run game. The bases are loaded and 1 out. We'll take a break. Wooten comes on, gives up 2 hits and a walk. And the Cardinals have the bases loaded with 1 out. It's a double switch for Renicky. Mark Reynolds will enter the game to play first base. Take it over for Lyle Overbay. Reynolds will lead off in the bottom of this inning. And Rocket will be Zach Duke in the game a lot earlier than he normally is, but he comes up in a big spot with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Well, again, you're sitting here in the 6th inning with a lead, and Cardinals knocking the door. Got 3 left-handers coming up, so Renicky figures this is the biggest point in the ball game. Might have to use him later on. Duke in his 43rd appearance this year, last pitch Tuesday, a 3-up, 3-down inning, has been unscored upon in 8 of his last 8 appearances, and more importantly has stranded all but 5 of 21 inherited runners. He's going to be Houdini if he's able to get the Brewers out of this mess.
And the rookie Oscar Taveras will bat. Craig at third, John Jay at second base. Jay singled. He and Craig had back-to-back hits against Wooten, and then Cruz drew the walk. Tying run at third base, go ahead run at second for the Cardinals' #1 minor league prospect, Oscar Taveras. Made his major league debut at the end of May. Just 22 years of age and a hitter. This guy had a great run through the minor leagues. Gets his chance in the big leagues in one of his bigger at bats of his brief stay in the big leagues. 6-5 Brewers. Duke in desperate need of a ground ball double play here. 2-0 on Taveras. He's not biting. He's not missing by much, Zach Duke, but missing nonetheless.
And a couple of sliders, and Taveras able to hold up on him. It's only his 17th at bat against lefties so far this year. Doesn't play much against lefties.
Bouncing ball. Segura to second for 1. That's all they'll get, and this game is all tied. 6-6. The Cardinals with 4 in the 6th. And the Brewers let a 6-0 lead get away. Taveras with an RBI fielder's choice. Now 2 men are out.
Well, and that run will be charged to Rob Wooten. Not hit hard enough to turn a double play, and Brewers able to get an out at second base. Taveras does his job, puts the bat on the baseball and ties up the game. Now the top of the order coming up.
And a tough hitter in Matt Carpenter, the 9th batter of the inning. The last 3 innings for the Brewers bullpen has not been pretty. A 7-run 8th inning yesterday with the Phillies in town. 5 of those belonging to Will Smith. Gave up 2 in the 9th inning. Wei-Chung Wong allowing those 2, and now Wooten giving up a run here. Duke trying to get through it. Bullpen that has been lights out for most of the season. Running into trouble here lately. Two and 0 to Carpenter.
Yeah, trying to get these outs against these lefties with sliders, and having a difficult time getting ahead in the count with them.
First and third, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. Carpenter is 0 for 3 tonight. It was 6-2 when this inning began. 4 runs are in. There's a strike.
Yeah, forced to go with a fastball on 3-0, and looks like he got a break. That ball was off the outside corner.
Ball 4. And the bases are loaded again. Third walk of the inning to go along with the 4 hits. Colton Wong started it with a long ball off Gallardo. That's how the inning began. A no-doubter into the Lowe's level and right. Colton Wong with his 5th homer.
Yabani having a tough time locating the fastball tonight. 2 of the 3 home runs coming on fastballs. The other a slider.
Duke falling behind Wong. Bases full of Cardinals in a 6-6 game here in the 6th. Chopper up the middle. Jeanette coming over to the bag for the out. And the inning is over, but the Cardinals come roaring back. 4 in the 6th. It is all tied at Miller Park.
We head to the bottom of the 6th, and coming up on Thursday, July 24th, you can join the Brewers for Loom Night right here at Miller Park. The inventor of the Rainbow Loom will be on site to unveil a brand new finger loom, and the first 500 children to register will receive a special Hank charm. So you can visit brewers.com/special events and join us on the 24th for that Loom Night. Brian?
All right, Sophia, thanks. Here we go to the home 6th. Mark Reynolds, who came in on the double switch, will lead off. Brewers have gone quiet since scoring 6 runs in the first 2 innings. Next pitcher for the Redbirds is Seth Manis.
And sinker ball gets a lot of ground ball outs. 39th appearance for Manis and a 3-2 record. Excellent earned run average. 4.24. I should say 2.42 for Manis. Good work from him.
It'll be Reynolds, Gomez, and Jeanette. Brewers go back to the top of the order after this. Well, the Brewers not the only ones giving up a lead tonight. The Pirates led 5-1 over the Reds going into the 7th. Cincinnati scored 2 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th, and they won. The Reds beat the Pirates 6-5.
And doing it pretty shorthanded, aren't they, the Reds? Without Phillips, without Votto. still able to come up with runs.
Cincinnati keeps the pressure on. The Brewers began the day 2 ahead of the Cardinals in the division. The Reds 2.5 back, but 2 in the loss column. Reds won their 50th ball game tonight. Two balls, 2 strikes on Reynolds. Mark had a pinch hit 2-run homer the other day against the Phillies. Those are the updated standings in the National League Central.
Anybody's division, isn't it?
Yep. Cincinnati's victory. Yeah. Pirates dropped back to 4.
Wasn't that long ago? Brewers had what, a 6.5 game lead?
Yeah, just 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact. There's a little cue shot. Manis over to pick it up, and he'll put the tag on Reynolds for the out. 1 away here in the 6th. Powerball home run leaderboard. Reynolds is on that list, as is Gomez after his home run yesterday. Braun and Ramirez with 11. And it'll be Gomez here with 1 away. Gomez singled and scored in the 2nd. He scored twice tonight. He was hit by a pitch in the 1st. Struck out his last time up. All tied at 6. Gomez, a shot off of Manis. Wong has it and throws him out. Wong was shading up the middle and standing there in perfect position to make that play. 2 up and 2 down for Manis.
Yeah, even if that baseball didn't hit the pitcher, it would have been an out because Wong was right up the middle. Gomez doing a good job trying to shoot it back to the box. He did that in the 2nd inning for a base. You can see where Wong was positioned. Would have been an out anyway.
It looks like Manis is all right. Quick visit to see if that ground ball did any damage. Gomez is 1 for 3. The Brewers have had just 1 hit since the 3rd inning. Since the end of the 3rd. Had that double by Ramirez. That came with 2 outs, though. Scooter Gennett at the plate, presented by Wendy's. He's got a hit down each line, a single and a triple. Opposite field single in the 1st inning, stole a base and scored a run. Then he tripled down the right field line, drove in 2 runs, and would later score in that inning. He scored the 6th run. There's a bouncer that gets through, a base hit. Hit number 3 of the night for Scooter Gennett.
And not a lot of range over there at first base. Wong has pretty good range. When you talk about a seeing eye ground ball, a couple of hops through the infield, and that brings up Lucroy with 2 outs. He can hit and he can catch pretty much whatever he can get to, but Matt Adams doesn't have much range, and that one out of his reach.
So it's a 2-out hit, and that'll bring Lucroy up. Lucroy is 0 for 2 tonight. He walked and scored in the 1st inning. Hit a missile in the 4th right at Matt Holliday. A line drive out. Getting into the heart of the Brewers order. 6-6 game, each club with 9 hits now. And Manis deals strike 1. Lucroy right back to the mound. Manis underhands it to first, and the inning is over. Brewers get a 2-out hit. Manis puts up a 0. Still tied at 6. We go to the 7th at Miller Park. Sixth inning to even it up. They've hit 3 home runs tonight. Our Carsoup.com trivia question: who are the 3 Brewers to appear in the 09 All-Star game in St. Louis? And if you guess Braun Fielder and Trevor Hoffman, you would be correct. That's a good guess.
Yeah.
Hoffman had a great year in 09 and went to the All-Star break with 20 saves. Frankie Rodriguez has 27 saves. And hoping he'll get a chance at one here tonight. Fielder won the home run derby that year in St. Louis. Well, we start the 7th now. The Brewers let a 6-0 lead get away. And now Zach Duke trying to give Renicky multiple innings here. He's got Holiday to start it, and then Matt Adams.
And 2 of the first 3 hitters are going to be right-handed. You got 2 righties sandwiched around Adams. But Zach Duke's been very effective against right-handed hitters.
Holiday drew a key walk in the 6th inning. Cardinals brought 10 men to the plate. Gallardo had him 0-2. And he was on when Peralta went deep at that 2-run homer that changed this game quickly. Ball and 2 strikes on Holiday. Sidearm fastball.
Just slings it in. That's the key. In on Holiday.
The 1-2 pitch, and a breaking ball missed. Duke has just 2 pitches that he uses, but he uses them from 3 different arm angles.
And which makes them all different. Different look for the hitter. Different arm angles, different release point. Disrupt the timing.
3-2 now. Cardinals drew 3 walks last inning to go along with their 4 hits. And a foul tip right into the middle of Lucroy. Duke challenged him. And Holiday is out. Strikeout number 1 for Duke.
And there it is, and Zach Duke able to catch the outer half of the plate. Looked like had a little bit of a spin to it. Not much of a break, but enough to get it by Matt Holliday. And usually he's all over pitches on the outer half of the plate.
That was an 85-mile-an-hour slider from Duke. Take something off this breaking ball. Adams hit a 2-run homer in the fourth. Put the Cardinals on the board for the first time. Gallardo struck him out last inning. And it's a ball and a strike.
Look at that arm angle to a left-hander. Dropping down. Very difficult for those lefties to keep that front shoulder closed and protect that outside corner when you're dropping down like that. Baseball coming at an angle across home plate.
Another breaking ball. 2-2 the count. Adams out in front of that one. See what he has in mind here. Zach Duke delivers, and a swing and a miss. Lucroy blocks it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zach Duke, and he retires 2 big bats in this Cardinal lineup.
Well, it's been equally effective against right-handers and left-handers, and that slider out of the zone. Good block by Lucroy. Left-handed hitters only a 190 batting average against Zach Duke. Right-hander's not much better. 227.
Peralta takes a strike. Peralta with a 2-run home run last inning. Got the Cardinals within a run. Oscar Taveras had the game-tying fielder's choice. This was the one that knocked Gallardo out of the game. A hanging curveball, and Peralta did not miss it. One of the 3 home runs tonight for the Redbirds. One and 2. Duke a chance to strike out the side. 3, 4, and 5 in the orders. Peralta takes a fastball. Somewhere it missed. It was close. Two balls, 2 strikes. Emergency hack to stay alive. Couple of hits tonight for Peralta. Had a single off Gallardo in the 4th. And then that home run in the 6th. Now 14 homers, 42 ribbies for him.
And both base hits that came on breaking pitches. Both sliders up in the strike zone. Let's see what Duke does. He come back outside with a fastball. Nope.
Curveball low. 3 and 2.
Duke coming right over the top that time. See that? Not much of an arm angle. Throwing from the side, went over the top like the old days. And tried to get Peralta to confuse him, but he fouled it off. What's new with this Cardinals offense? A lot of foul balls. Getting those pitch counts up.
Another payoff coming from Duke. Sidearm breaking balls fouled away. Can't shake him. Count stays at 3 and 2. Looking ahead to the Brewers' 7th inning. Aramis Ramirez will lead off, then Braun, and then Chris Davis. Remember, Renick's got Braun hitting 5th tonight. All tied in the 7th inning, 6-6. Central Division rivals here, the Brewers and the Cardinals. Another payoff coming into center field, and that's a base hit. 3-hit night for Johnny Peralta. And the go-ahead runners aboard for St. Louis with 2 away.
Yeah, stayed back nicely on that breaking pitch. Finally got one up in the strike zone. You know, all those foul balls that these guys hit, they found off tough pitches. Yeah, Duke tried to put a little bit more of a curve angle on it and left it up in the strike zone.
And Renick's going to make a change here. Asking Duke to stretch it out a little more than normal.
Guarantee they're talking about that pitch that he threw to Peralta that apparently just missed the outside corner.
So Duke is out. Renick to the bullpen. It'll be Brandon Kinsler, and we'll take a timeout. Central on the Fox family, also streaming on Fox Sports Go. Brewers Cardinals 2:30 Central airtime. We'll get us started on Fox Sports 1, and then the Pirates and the Reds baseball night in America only on Fox. That'll be at 6 Central. Adam Wainwright against Jimmy Nelson tomorrow in game 2 of this series. We are tied at 6. Cardinals came back. They scored 6 unanswered to even it up. Now they have a runner at first with 2 outs, and the new pitcher Rocky is going to be Brandon Kinsler in for Zach Duke.
Yeah, third relief pitcher used by Ron Renick in the last couple of innings, so he's been pouring through his bullpen trying to get the matchups. That's what happens, you know, throughout the course of the season when you play so many close games. And one of the reasons why this Brewers bullpen has been racking up the appearances. 37th one for Brandon Kinsler and a 386 earned run average. He's got Alan Craig and John Jay coming up.
Got a 2-out base hit by Peralta. Alan Craig had a single in the 6th inning. He scored the tying run last inning. Zach Duke goes an inning and a third, gives up 1 hit. Had a couple of strikeouts and a walk. That base hit brings Kinsler into the game. There's a strike, 1-1. Gallardo went 5 1/3, 5 earned runs.
Yeah, that sinker looking like it catches the inside corner.
1-2. Back in there. 93-mile-an-hour sinking fastball, and it's 1-2 on Craig. Kinsler, the third reliever used. You can get through the 7th. You're set up with your 2 best and Will Smith and K-Rod. Imperative that the Brewers take the lead, though.
And it's got to get some runs.
1-2 pitch. Craig breaks his bat, fouls it off.
That was one of the better sinkers that he's thrown in a while right there. That bored in on the hands of Craig at 94 miles an hour. Check it out. 2-seamer, gets on top of it, and that way you get some depth on it. Breaks his bat and bangs one right into his leg.
Set it up again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Peralta carrying the go-ahead run at first base. And it's 2-2 now. Wooten, Duke, and Kinsler so far out of the bullpen. Cardinals starter Joe Kelly went just 3 innings, gave up 6 earned runs, but a no decision tonight. Nick Greenwood went 2 scoreless. Manis just worked a scoreless 6th inning. Kinsler ready to deal a 2-2. And it's ball 3.
Yeah, that's what you didn't want to have happen. Go to 3-2, and now Peralta's going to get a head start. And knock one into the gap, and the Cardinals could take the lead.
Payoff pitch. Peralta goes, and Craig down the right field line, slicing foul.
And that's that classic Alan Craig swing right there, taking it to the opposite field. A lot of his power, a lot of his extra base hits coming into right center. Just a little bit tardy on that swing. Another 2-seam fastball. This one left out over the plate, but Kinsler able to get away with it.
Another 3-2. Peralta goes. Kinsler deals. Swung on and missed. Craig strikes out. Kinsler pumps the fist. 3 strikeouts in the inning. Brandon Kinsler comes up with a big one when the Brewers needed it. As Craig goes down swinging, still tied at 6. By the all-new Chevy Silverado.
Hey, nothing says summer like Brewers baseball in the State Fair. Get one Terrace Reserve ticket to a select Brewers game and one general admission ticket to the Wisconsin State Fair presented by U.S. Cellular. That's for just $15. Visit brewers.com/state fair.
Aramis Ramirez leads off for the Crew. 6-6 ball game, bottom of the 7th inning. Ramirez, Braun, Davis coming up. Seth Mann is back out there. Worked a scoreless 6th inning. Did give up a hit to Jeanette. The Brewers trying to snatch this one back. They led 6-0 after 2 innings. Cardinals got 2 in the 4th, 4 in the 6th. They've hit 3 home runs tonight. There's a strike to Ramirez. 1-2 the count. Aramis with a double his last time up. He drove in a run with a sac fly in the 1st. Has 42 runs batted in.
Ramirez got that big elbow pad working. That's relatively new, is it not?
Yep.
That's a pretty good size one.
Manis deals a 1-2, and Aramis late fouls it away.
Yeah, Manis really gets good sink on his fastball. Not only he takes that short stride, but he's somewhat of a short armer, which means he kind of chokes off his delivery, and that's what gives him the good sink. It's going to cost him some velocity, but he's going to get the good movement going down as it gets to the strike zone.
And a bouncer to third. Right there is Carpenter. Ramirez retired, 1 away in the 7th. The Brewers bats have gone quiet since the 3-run 2nd inning. Braun drove in the last run the Brewers scored. He had a triple to right center. That came with 2 outs and 2 strikes. And an RBI triple that scored Jeanette. And a couple of triples in that inning. Jeanette and Braun.
Well, ordinarily 6 runs is going to win you a lot of games. I mean, with this Brewers pitching staff, the way it's been pretty much the entire season, you score 6 runs, good chance you're going to pick up a W, but they're going to need more tonight.
Braun muscles one into right. That's going to get down, a base hit. First ball swinging. Ryan Braun aboard with his 2nd hit. He's 2 for 4 tonight.
That's the thing about when you're playing the Cardinals. They got a terrific pitching staff, and when you get 6 runs, you got to feel pretty good about yourself. Bullpen's been good. The starting rotation's been good, although banged up. And Manis left that one up a little bit, but Ryan able to fight it off and dump it into right. Not often you're going to score, 8, 9, 10 runs on the Cardinals pitching staff.
Yeah, the Cardinals gave up 9 runs yesterday in a loss to the Pirates. So the total board is identical right now. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Cruz out to chat with Manis. Mike Matheny sends him out there. Got some activity in the St. Louis bullpen. And maybe wanted to buy a little time for Pat Neshek.
Neshek an all-star. His numbers are pretty gaudy, aren't they? I mean, he hasn't given up anything.
That funky sidearm delivery of his.
Yeah, look at him. That's the way he pitches. That's not just the way he gets loose.
Feels like that could be in one of those old film stocks of the Gas House gang, right?
Hey.
I think he's ready. And now Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach, is on his way out.
All he needs is a 3-finger glove, and he'd be set.
Right. So first it was Tony Cruz to the mound. Now Lilliquist comes out. Matheny taking a page out of the Tony La Russa book. We'll see if Manis will stay to face Davis.
Something tells me it doesn't take Neshek too long to get ready.
I think he's ready. My arm hurts just watching him warm up. So don't try that at home.
That's basically no windup at all. He faces the hitter the whole time and just kind of flings it up there. But he's an all-star.
All right, so Manis will face Davis. And Braun at first, and now it's thrown away, and Braun on his way to second. Well, that could be huge. That's the go-ahead run in scoring position with one away.
And with the way Manis throws ground balls, that eliminates a double play ball. And that's not even close. That'll be an E1. And Ryan able to get into second base.
Now remember, the Cardinals with decent arms in the outfield, in center and in right field. Craig throws it very well in right. The Brewers will run on Holiday.
How about David just hitting one down and not worrying about it?
Well, Davis does lead the crew in home runs. Ricky Weeks will hit next. He will pinch hit in the pitcher spot, which is now in the 7th spot in the batting order after the double switch a couple of innings ago. Brewers have good speed at second. Braun carries the go-ahead run. Davis, big cut, fouls it back.
Yeah, had a pretty good one to hit. 88, not much sink on it, and he's fouled it straight back. Like to have that one again. Check it out. Got on the side of it, no sink. And missed a pretty good pitch to hit.
Davis had a 2-out, 2 RBI double back in the first inning. Davis with runners in scoring position this year, hitting just .231. His overall batting average .254. Count stays at 1-2. So we saw Weeks just a moment ago. He was pulled back. Logan Schaefer jumps in the on deck circle. Might influence Matheny's decision. Will Smith loosening. And Davis takes low. Good take. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, now the base hit will potentially give the Brewers a lead. Yeah, you go to the more contact hitter. If they needed a long ball, would have been Weeks. Situation dictates who you run up there.
And a foul tip right into the mid of Cruz. A strikeout for Manis.
That first slider that he threw to him.
First strikeout for Seth Manis.
That was all sinkers. That was a changeup, actually, not a slider. And Chris that over the top of it.
And that'll bring up Logan Schaefer now. So he'll hit for Kinsler. Kinsler gets a big out, striking out Craig, and that's going to send Mike Matheny to the home plate umpire, and a double switch coming for the Cardinals. So Schaefer announced. Matheny's going to go to his bullpen. Neshek, the all-star, coming in. We'll take a timeout, set him up after this. with a double switch here to get Neshek in the game. 2 outs. The Brewers have a runner at second base. The go-ahead run and Ryan Braun. So the changes are in center. Peter Borges comes on to play the 8th position. That moves Jay over to right field. And that makes way for Pat Neshek, all-star setup reliever of the Cardinals, trying to keep it in a 6-6 tie. He has been incredibly good this year. He's only given up 3 earned runs all season.
Well, it's delivery that really confuses hitters. I mean, look at the strikeouts. This guy doesn't throw very hard. 36 strikeouts in 37 innings, only 4 walks. Look at the earned run average, less than a run. So Neshek has been a tough customer all season long. 3-0 record. And he's only allowed the 1 home run. Another guy that has good sink on his fastball.
Logan Schaefer will bat. And a chance to give the Brewers the lead here in the bottom of the 7th. Pat Neshek has not allowed an earned run in 14 games. He's not allowed a run since June 3rd, when he gave up a run against the Kansas City Royals. One of his 3 earned runs allowed all year, and he gave up 2 of those 3 earned runs all before the first 5 starts of the year. Schaefer pulls one. That is a foul ball. Man, oh man, that close. Just got out in front of it a touch. Otherwise, the Brewers are on top.
Yep, just do it again, this time fair. Well, just a little bit out in front of it. Scott Berry getting out of the way and making a call clearly foul by about a foot.
Yeah, I wonder how close Adams was to touching that ball. It's close.
Well, look at Scott Berry. He's looking to see if it was touched, and then he turns around to see it was going to be fair.
Schaefer takes a strike. Slow breaking ball. 70-mile-an-hour pitch from Neshek. 0-2 the count on Schaefer. Ryan Braun singled with 1 out. Went to second on an error. On an attempted pickoff by Manis. In a 6-6 game, Braun is the go-ahead run. Brewers scored the first 6. The Cardinals have scored the last 6 runs. Tying it up in the 6th. Here's the 0-2 and a bouncing ball. Long throw by Peralta, no chance, so he eats it wisely, and Logan Schaefer is aboard with an infield hit. And the Brewers have him at the corners. A 2-strike infield hit by Logan Schaefer.
Yeah, good job just trying to put the bat on the baseball, and very wisely Peralta not making an attempt for a throw, and Ryan Braun just stands on third base. Had he made a turn, and I would imagine Ed Cedar helped him in that decision. Might have had to play at third, but no play at first.
2 outs, first and third. And it'll be Gene Segura.
This might be a spot to maybe try and steal a base. Get something going. Maybe get in a run down, maybe steal a run.
Segura takes a strike.
There's not too many quicker to get the ball to home plate than Neshek.
With virtually no step to the plate.
Right.
Segura has a double tonight. Brewers looking for a big hit in a clutch spot. 2 outs in the 7th. Go ahead run at third base, and Segura bouncing ball to Peralta to second to end the inning, and the threat is over. Still tied at 6. We go to the 8th. The Cardinals are coming up. On a Friday night, the Brewers in their retro Friday look against the St. Louis Cardinals. Just the 7th meeting between these two teams. Don't forget, you can go old school. You can act like a big leaguer for a week at Brewers Fantasy Camp. Just call 414-321-8605 or go to brewers.com/fantasy camp. You get doubleheaders daily. Get the sweet uniforms. 2 colors on those uniforms and great instruction from former Brewer greats like Bill Schroeder. Coming up January 18th through the 25th, 2015. That's hard to say, right?
Yeah.
2015.
Amazing, isn't it? They have to go a little bit early this year because of the Super Bowl in Phoenix.
Even better. Grass is green, skies are blue.
As Will Smith comes on, trying to turn things around after a rough outing in yesterday's game. 48th appearance already for Will Smith. 48 appearances in the first 94 games of the season.
John Jay to lead off, Tony Cruz to follow. And then Peter Borges, who came in on the double switch. Smith trying to get it back together. He had a couple of losses on the last road trip. Had his worst outing as a Brewer yesterday. One he'd like to forget quickly. And back at it here tonight. He's just 25 years of age. I think the biggest concern with Will Smith is the confidence level. He was going along so well. He was one of the dominant relievers in the game. Even talking about a potential all-star bid for Smith. John Jay able to check his swing. That was close. That one got him. Smith strikes him out. A breaking ball in there. Jay is retired on a backwards K. Well, the Brewers might be getting some bullpen help sooner than later. Jim Henderson coming along well. For more on that, we check in with Sophia.
Yeah, Brian, Jim Henderson made his first rehab appearance with the Huntsville Stars, and a good night for him. 2 innings pitched, gave up just 1 hit, 1 run, which was unearned, and 1 walk on 24 pitches. And Ron Renneke had told us earlier this week he was moving ahead of schedule, so all indications that things are going well for Henderson.
Henderson has appeared in 4 games. Coming back from a shoulder injury, 4 games in the minor leagues, has not given up a run.
Starting to get his velocity back. I mean, that's the key. I mean, that's what his effectiveness is all about. The velocity, 95, 96, 7 miles an hour with the slider. Didn't have it in spring training.
Well, there's a lot of talk about what the Brewers will do approaching the trade deadline. Certainly some pieces that they need, but Jim Henderson could be a major piece. The guy who is slated to be the closer to start the year. You haven't felt his absence because Frankie Rodriguez has been so great this season. But to get an arm like that back, who has been a successful closer, I'm sure he would emerge in that setup role. Henderson. That's one big arm the Brewers would love to get back. That would change things in the bullpen a lot.
Yeah, that and the guy was about as effective as anybody, Tyler Thornburg, but he's a ways away.
1-2 to Cruz, and a swing and a miss. Ugly swing on a nasty breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Will Smith.
Yeah, that's the Will Smith of the beginning of the season, and up until the last few outings. There's that pitch, that slider, good rotation, and down and in that back foot slider, and made Tony Cruz look bad.
Smith to face Peter Borges, batting for the first time. Came in on the double switch last inning. Speedy center fielder. Came to the Cardinals in a deal with the Angels that sent David Freese to Anaheim. Bouncing ball, Smith gloves it. And that's an inning that he needed badly. Will Smith retires the side in order. dominant with a couple of Ks. Bottom of the 8th coming up, all tied at 6.
Six against the Cardinals. The Brewers blew a 6-0 lead early in the game. Scooter Gennett, though, a lot of offensive success. We're going to be talking about him on our Brewers Live postgame show. Jerry, our Marshfield Clinic shining moment. 3 hits for him in the game, 2 runs and a stolen base.
Oh, there's no doubt he's been a spark to this offense. And when you look at the lineup that's coming up, he'll be batting third to slap. We need things to get going. We need some big hits. Good time to have Scooter at play.
Got to get a little spark, and Scooter will be due up third in this inning, as he had a lot of success in that number 2 hole early. And we'll see what happens here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Full coverage of the Brewers game against the Cardinals here. First of 3 this weekend, coming up right after the ball game on Brewers Live.
All right, Craig and Augie, thanks. And let's hope it is a good news Brewers Live tonight. All even, 6 apiece. The Brewers have out-hit the Cardinals 11-10. Pat Neshek back on the mound. He'll face Mark Reynolds to start it. Reynolds came in on a double switch. Got his first at bat in the 6th inning. Overbay started at first base. Well, the 2 starters in this game giving up some runs. Gallardo 5 1/3, 5 earned runs. Joe Kelly with 3 innings, 6 earned runs. Kelly returning from the disabled list tonight. A hamstring injury had him out for nearly 3 months. A little cue shot, and that's going to stay foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Reynolds. There is no pitcher like Pat Neshek in the big leagues. Jarring the senses.
Not even a coach throwing batting practice throws like that.
Put your body in the most awkward and uncomfortable position and then throw the baseball, but he pulls it off. And he's having a great year. He's an all-star this season.
And most pitchers, when they're in their windup, they'll close that front shoulder and, trying to get some momentum, but he squares his shoulders up and never moves them, never squares them around.
Just wonder how many coaches tried to change him along the way. Son, you can't throw like that.
I don't think he's thrown like that his whole life. I'm not sure anybody'd sign him throwing like that, but it certainly works for him.
Now this is an adaptation to salvage a career. And it has worked.
His shoulders just stay square. You don't get much velocity, but certainly a very peculiar delivery and release point for the hitter. Nothing you ever see.
Full count to Reynolds. Fouls it back. If you're wondering, Neshek has only allowed 1 home run this season. .37 innings of work and just 3 earned runs. And he has great command throwing this way. Only 4 walks. Full count to Reynolds. They lost him. A walk to start it. Mark Reynolds is aboard to open up the 8th inning.
And that's something he doesn't do often. Walk batters. That's only his 5th this year. Well, I doubt Gomez is up there to bunt. Ordinarily, any other spot in the batting order, you get down to the batting order, you might see a bunt to put him in at second base, but not Gomez. We'll see, maybe.
And that is the beauty of Gomez, the power and speed combo. He could just as easily hit one in the seats as he could drop a bunt down. He's tied for the club lead in home runs. Gomez tonight has scored twice. He was hit by a pitch in his first at bat. He ended up with a stolen base in that inning. On a single and a run scored in the second. He's 1 for 3. 5th trip to the plate in a big spot. Bottom of the 8th in a tie game. Gomez shows bunt, takes a ball.
And bunting for a base hit, maybe push one towards second base. Well, he bunted down the third baseline. I don't think he's going to be able to advance the base runner. Reynolds not all that fast. Adams has to hold the runner. He's going to get a late break in the event of a bunt.
Gomez has just 1 sacrifice bunt this year. Has a number of bunts for hits this season.
And the one reason that you might drop down a bunt here is to stay out of the double play. Neshek, with that delivery, gets a lot of ground ball outs.
Neshek and Gomez were teammates 1 year in Minnesota. Gomez's first year with the Twins after being traded from the Mets, and the last year for Neshek. Carlos swings and pops it up. Adams in foul territory. 1 away. So Scooter Gennett will bat with 1 away. And a frustrating at bat for Gomez.
They tried the old fake bunt slash and popped her up.
This was Scooter Gennett from earlier in the week against the Phillies. Kyle Kendrick. That was a first inning home run. Powerball home run number 7 for Scooter. 3 hits tonight. He drove in 2 with a triple in the second. Brewers trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. Let a 6-0 lead get away tonight. The Cardinals will have the top of their order due up in the 9th inning. Carpenter, Wong, and Holiday.
I think you're going to see K-Rod regardless. Only one getting loose.
He's hoping it's a save situation. Go ahead, run it first, and Reynolds and Gennett late fouls it away. 0-2 the count. Gennett in a hole. Neshek walked the first batter he faced, and Gennett slaps it foul.
Nice play.
No problem.
Well, one hopper.
Just
Well done.
Smooth little pick.
Yeah.
Securing with both hands. All in a day's work for her. Oh, and 2 to Jeanette. Got him. 70-mile-an-hour off-speed pitch. Jeanette way out in front. Down he goes.
And not even sure what it was. I don't think Scooter not as sure either. See if we can pick up the release point, maybe get some sense of a spin. And probably a changeup. You see how well he hides that baseball. Yep, it's a changeup. And Scooter not able to wait back.
That was real speed, too. Now that's a changeup. So 2 outs. And here is Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy looking for his first hit of the night. He walked and scored in the first. 0 for 3. Reynolds still at first base.
They just got to wait for a mistake. Hopefully he leaves one down the middle with not a whole lot of sink on it. Going to be tough to score Reynolds anything that stays in the ballpark. Cardinals outfield very deep.
Lucroy in the air to center field, playable for Peter Borges, and that will retire the side. Brewers got a leadoff walk. They leave him stranded there. K-Rod coming on in a 6-6 game. To the ninth we go. 6-6. The Brewers jumped out quickly tonight. Back-to-back 3-run innings, but the Cardinals came back. Got 2 in the 4th on an Adams homer. Hit a couple of home runs in the 6th inning and a 4-run frame. That's where we've been ever since. So here we go to the 9th. Top of the order. K-Rod is in for the Brew Crew. The Brewers closer will enter this game in a non-save situation, all tied up, trying to get this one to the bottom of the 9th inning, still tied.
Well, hoping that he can put up a 0 and then the Brewers come in and get a run and win this baby. 44th appearance for K-Rod. It's been a while since he's had a save.
And Carpenter pops it up. Gomez coming in. He'll give way to Davis. Out number 1. So Carpenter is retired. Frankie Rodriguez retires the leadoff batter. Our Miller Lite What's on Tap. What a matchup tomorrow. Jimmy Nelson is going to face Adam Wainwright. Wainwright having a great year. A Cy Young type of year. 11 wins, a 1.79 ERA. And Jimmy Nelson will be making his 2nd start of the season, called up from AAA Nashville. Again, that game tomorrow on Fox Sports 1. Pre-game show begins at 2:30 from Los Angeles, and then we'll hit the air just after 3 o'clock. Colton Wong at the plate. A cue shot foul, and it's 0-2.
Even though he hasn't had a whole lot of work in the last couple of weeks, he has still been pretty sharp. Last pitched on Tuesday. Tossed a scoreless 9th inning against the Phillies.
Wong hit a long home run that started that 4-run 6th inning. That was off Gallardo. His 4th home run in his last 6 games. Not thought of as necessarily a power threat, but he has been just that lately. And a swing and a miss. K-Rod strikes him out. 2 up, 2 down in the St. Louis 9th.
Young hitter trying to hit one out, and these are the kind of guys that K-Rod has a lot of success against. There's that change up off the outside corner, and Wong with the big swing doesn't come close.
Here's Matt Holliday now at 2 away. Holliday has 2 hits. He's walked. He's scored twice. And that ball's hammered to left. Holliday will send this one out of here. The Cardinals have taken the lead. On the first pitch, Matt Holliday gives St. Louis a 7-6 lead.
Man, didn't waste any time, did he? A line drive bullet by Holliday, his 3rd hit, all extra base hits. And got a first pitch changeup that stayed up in the zone. And got it all. Well, he's made good contact tonight. And no doubt that was leaving the ballpark.
And here is Matt Adams now. And this Brewers pitching staff continuing to give up home runs at an alarming rate. That's the 4th St. Louis home run of the night. Wong, Holliday, Adams, and Peralta. They're 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters. All go deep. Brewers led 6-0 after the 2nd inning. And now the Cardinals in a position to steal this first game with Wainwright on the mound tomorrow. The Brewers will have Aramis Ramirez leading off, then Braun, then Davis. Adams strikes out, but damage done. Matt Holliday homers. Part of the order coming up. Brewers down 1. A 2-out home run off Frankie Rodriguez, scoring 7 unanswered runs. And the Brewers are going to have to play comeback in the 9th to avoid a 6-game losing streak. Trevor Rosenthal, the Cardinal closer, is on to pitch. It's been anything but easy for Rosenthal, who has 27 saves this year.
Yeah, picked up his last save on the 9th against the Pirates. He had to work a little bit, walked the batter, struck out a batter, an inning of work, and a .359 earned run average for the Cardinals closer. Look at the strikeouts, 54 punch-outs in 42 2/3 innings. But he can be wild. He's got 26 walks.
Saved his 27th game against the Pirates on Wednesday. He's second in the league in saves. He's tied with K-Rod. Craig Kimbrell is the league leader with 28. Ramirez leads off. Brewers down a run. Rosenthal had a couple of outings where he gave up 2 runs against the Marlins in each of those 2 outings back to back. It was last weekend, Friday and Saturday. Four blown saves this season. Got a walk and a strikeout in his last save as he zips one in at 96. 1-2 the count on Ramirez, who's not happy with that call.
Pretty straight fastball, and I think Rami thought that was low, but Fox Tracks had it right at the bottom of the strike zone.
And Ramirez, little soft liner left center. That's down, a base hit. A 2-strike single, and the tying run is aboard.
Now there's your bloop, now your blast.
Second hit of the night for Ramirez. And here comes Ryan Braun. Got a pinch run for Ramirez at first.
Doing a nice job with 2 strikes, just trying to put the bat on the baseball and dumps it into center. There's a tying run, a winning run at home plate.
High fives for Ramirez. He's out. Jeff Bianchi will run very fast. And Ryan Braun steps in. The Brewers hoping for a moment here tonight against the Cardinals. Over 35,000 on their feet. Two hits tonight for Braun. Had an RBI triple in the second inning. Shot one through the gap in right center. His hit in the seventh came to right field as well. Braun does have a walk-off this year. That was a single. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fastball middle in, 96 miles an hour. Tough to get the bat head out, but look at the numbers against Rosenthal in this career. Rosenthal's never got him out. He's hit a homer.
That was an opposite field home run. Holiday goes deep in the ninth to give the Cardinals the lead. Now it's Braun with Bianchi at first. 1-2. Rosenthal has a high ERA for a closer, but he's only given up 1 home run this year. That was way back in April against the Cubs. One and two the count. Got him. Down he goes. Rosenthal took a little off, and Braun a strikeout victim.
Yeah, that actually looked like a changeup that time. I remember Rosenthal throwing a changeup. There it is. A little splitter, a little Vulcan grip, and has Ryan out in front. Well, you're throwing 96, 97. That's an effective pitch.
That's the same way Kyle Loesch holds that changeup. You don't see many throw it that way. It's a big out for Rosenthal. Braun is retired. Here's Chris Davis.
Well, Chris, good fastball hitter. As long as you get it down the strike zone for him a little bit. Good turn around mid-90s. That last one in 98. Well, Rosenthal a bit juiced up after that strikeout.
Davis has a walk-off this year against the Pirates. The Yankee ready to run at first. The tying run. Right by him. 97 with a fastball. It's 1-1.
And no messing around. Straight as a string. Out over the plate, and the big hat comes up empty.
Ball and a strike. And Davis able to lay off. 2-1 the count.
At some point you figure Bianchi might try and steal the base here. Although if you run on a fastball, it doesn't take long to get to home plate. Cruz with a pretty good arm, but nothing like the Cardinals are used to seeing behind home plate with Molina.
See Ricky Weeks on deck. Two balls and a strike on Chris Davis. Inside, ball 3. And now Davis in the driver's seat.
Hard to take these pitches that are just off the plate. You have to start that bat a lot sooner than normal when you're throwing 98 or you're trying to hit it.
Hitters count 3-1. And a strike. Full count to Davis.
Ron Rennie might get run here.
Yeah, Renicky out to argue, and Carlson throws him out.
I remember Ramirez got called on a low strike, although he did end up with a base hit.
Renicky ejected. I'm assuming he's arguing balls and strikes there. I think he called the pitch a strike. I don't think he called it on the swing, although it looked pretty close. And that's an automatic ejection, so Renicky's out. And a low fastball that, of according to Fox Tracks, hit the bottom of the strike zone.
No, it doesn't look like Fox Tracks is accurate on that pitch. That ball almost hit the dirt.
So now it's 3-2. The Brewers manager ejected with 1 out here in the 9th inning. Rosenthal deals and a swing and a miss. Out number 2, back-to-back Ks for Trevor Rosenthal, and the Brewers are down to their last out. And it'll be Ricky Weeks.
Yep, you get the extra. You get the strike called right before that, and then you get an opportunity to blow it by him, and he did.
Ricky Weeks pinch hitting. Cardinals outfield very deep here with 2 away, trying to cut off an extra base hit. If Weeks can sneak one through, the Yankee would have a great chance to score. He runs well. Tying run at first. Ricky takes a ball down and away.
Still surprised he hasn't tried to steal at this point. You know, Rosenthal not paying any attention to him. And Bianchi can run.
Bianchi is there. He pinch ran for Ramirez, who started the inning with a single. Two and 0. And now Cruz on his way out. Weeks a patient hitter. He's 9 for 38 off the bench this season. Had a pinch hit RBI late in the 8th inning against Cincinnati. Two balls, no strikes. 2-1. Segura would follow if Weeks could reach. Rosenthal deals, and a bouncer off the glove of Rosenthal right to Wong, and that is the ball game. The Brewers drop one to the Cardinals. And a comeback win for St. Louis. Matt Holliday goes deep. St. Louis scores 7 unanswered runs. They wipe out a 6-0 deficit to beat the Brewers here tonight. And the lead in the Central Division for Milwaukee is down to 1. The Brewers have lost 6 straight. Neshek the winner. He beats Frankie Rodriguez. Rosenthal save number 28, which puts him at the top of the National League with Craig Kimbrell. Brewers Live coming up. We'll send it out to Craig Cashon and Jerry Augustine. Take it away, Craig.
All right, Brian, thanks a lot. Boy, what a comeback for St. Louis in this game.